So I'm expecting some people right at 2. I'm a little early trying to get this camera set up the right way, but I have to get the software. I got a brand new camera and trying to zoom in the background, but I don't have the software installed yet. So sorry, guys. But I have my TikTok hat on, and I'm gonna, please start asking questions already. I might play a song for you while we're waiting on my 7 string to get some people to come in. But let me write a little chat here. Welcome. Please ask any questions during this workshop. This Patreon only workshop. Okay. If you haven't done so yet, okay. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna play something for now and get going here. Let me see if I can do this song. I haven't done it in a while. Okay, everybody. I'm just making sure when people come in here. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. I gotta resend the link and make sure this is working. Hold on, guys. Let me go. Manage. Hold on. I'm gonna go live. There's something wrong here. Okay, Sean. Let me send this to you. I don't know what's going on here. I think I made a mistake. Let me do this here. Hold on here. Did I make a mistake? Let me see. If there's a mistake here, I'm gonna have to go live again. Hold on. That's why there's no one here. Oh, let me go to my studio. Okay, I made a little mistake. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm gonna have to resend this. Let me do this right now, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, here. Let me send this again. Uh-oh. Uh, Let me send this again, guys. Hold on. Here's the correct link. Oh, correct link. That's correct. Really? Hold on. Um, okay, I'm gonna have to go live. Let me come over. Someone's watching me, but I don't know who. I don't know why, but the link is not working. Can you do me a favor? Could you just uh text people on Patreon real quick? I'm gonna go live from my YouTube channel, like public, because I don't know why people aren't. The link I shared the link. It's the right link, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be. People can't seem to see it. Did you make it unlisted? Yes, it's unlisted. Okay. All right. I don't know why either. All right. You gotta text me the link. Did you do that? No. I'm just gonna go live. I'm just gonna go live. You're just gonna go live publicly. Yeah, from YouTube. Okay, I gotta email these two guys right now. Bye bye. They're my okay. All right, bye. Bye. Going live in public. There's something wrong here. I gotta end this. So let me do this right now. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And what was I gonna do? Yeah, I'm editing this actually at the same time. I'm going live right now doing a practice session in front of you. And this is hard to do, to practice in front of people. I'm trying something different today. It's my second time practicing in front of people. I'm going to be setting up for TikTok right now too, so they can watch me practice as well. And show you how I practice. Like, I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was running around doing a bunch of stuff, and so that's how it goes. You know how it goes. Let me just make a little note here for you guys. Where's my live stream? I can't find it right now. Here it is. So I'm actually live right now, and it's a practice session. And I'm going to be practicing my 7-string guitar a little bit. If you have any questions and you start watching this, let me know. Okay. I sent the chat. Hey, hello, Keon. How's it going, man? I'm going to look up there because my computer's down here and I keep looking down. So I'm going to do a little practice session. But before I do that, I'm going to actually get people on TikTok right now. So let me see. Let me go to TikTok right now and add people. I'm going to go live on TikTok as well. So I'm going live there. I'm going to say practice session. I'm going to adjust the phone for me. Hold on. Trying to add a title. Practice session. Number 2. I'm going to do number 2. I don't know how much I can actually write on this thing. But let me see. So I'm going to go live there. So let me do that right now. Go live. I have a bunch of people on TikTok too. Hey, Melvin, this is my first time. Your first time for what? So, guys and girls, everybody who's watching, I'm doing a live session right now, and I'm actually going to do some warm-ups and practice in front of you. TikTok, and I'm on live on TikTok and actually YouTube right now, not on Instagram. So if there's any questions, let me know. So we're trying to adjust the panels here and stuff, but this looks good to me. You got to make some adjustments. Sorry. There's about 16 people watching now on YouTube. So what I usually do when I warm up right now, I've been working on. I always practice things, and actually, I always practice things that I don't know how to do. So, for example, like right now, I've been working a lot on these crazy arpeggios that I learned from a student. Like I'm gonna warm up right now. I'm on my 7-string, so I like to pick up the 7-string and actually do some things like that I can't do. So like one thing I can't do is like this arpeggio that's like it's like a 3-octave arpeggio. Okay, so this is a 7-string guitar. If you have any questions, so I haven't touched this thing all day. Okay, so one thing I can do right now is warm up with a scale like let's say a C major. Now, when the 7-string is completely different to play it, so I'm going to play like. See, I don't know this as well. Now, I tune the 7-string to a low A, not like a typical B like a lot of rock stars do and stuff. Then when they tune down to a 7-string, they do it tune to a low A. So I'm actually tuned to a low. They're tuned to a low B. So I'm tuned to a low A. So I'm still trying to get used to it. So that note, A, B, C, is the same note here. So the thing is, so if I played up the scale like this, up the neck, it's exactly the same note. So it's the C major scale I'm actually playing right here. Okay, and this is actually, I'm not used to doing this. So when I practice, so just so everybody knows, you should practice things you can't do well. Never practice things you know how to do really well. So I'm just getting warmed up right now. So I'm doing a little practice session. So I'm going to practice the C major scale like with the 7 strings. I use a 7-string guitar usually now. And I'm trying to incorporate the 7-string more as a melodic tool instead of just playing as a bass note. See what I did? See that? That's tricky. I'm not used to doing that. Now that's really tricky on a 7-string guitar because I've never really done it that way. So if there's any questions, hey, Steely Dan's there. What's your thought of Lenny Bro? Oh man, Lenny Bro's one of the masters. He did this stuff. Those are some octave harmonics. He was great at that stuff. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you, Steely. I never met Steely Dan before in person. Let me see. There's some questions here. Any John Mayer? Oh, this is from TikTok. People on TikTok are saying hi right now, too. Ron, what are the absolute basics that someone who wants to learn jazz guitar should know? Well, when you're playing jazz, everybody, these are things I always do. I practice my scales. Okay, so you should know all your C major scales. So let's do a little warm up here. So you should know all your scales. So you should know all the 3 scales in all the modes, the melodic minor in all the modes, and the harmonic minor in all the modes. Those are the 3 basic scales you should know. And there's some other scales too, of course, more fancy ones. So what I usually do is I'll practice. I don't really practice the major scale that much anymore. I've been practicing the melodic minor. So you have to know all the modes with that first. Okay, and so let's say I'm playing. Say I'll play F melodic minor. So I'm warming up right now. So I haven't touched the guitar. And unfortunately, so this is what before I play it. So see how I'm playing up and down the neck? Now I can play the scale all the way up and like this. We call it second. So I'm trying to use the 7-string. I'm trying to use the 7-string much more now in my solo. So I'm trying to throw that in there when I'm actually playing. Let me adjust the phone a little bit for TikTok here so you can see my neck better. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, and then now what I'm trying to do now is be able to play the melodic minor scale, just playing it up and down like that in seconds. I'm gonna go. Now you notice I don't stay in the same position. I play all the way up and down the neck. Now you should get fluent playing up and down the neck. You should be able to play on 1 string. Any scale. Because when you're taking your solo in jazz, you should be able to play your scales up and down the neck like this. Okay, etc. So I'm playing, those are thirds, but you can actually do much more than that. You could actually go, you can do arpeggios like this, thirds. See, I can go up the neck like this. You should know the neck like this. Or across the neck. These are different scale patterns. These are actually arpeggios of thirds going up the scale. You should know the names of these too. So I'm just in F minor. So the first one would be F minor. So I'm trying to memorize these things myself. I don't know them as well. So should I play them all the time? But I can get even deeper with it. So this is a minor arpeggio. A minor. This is augmented. So that's F minor, G minor. A augmented. Then B flat major. Then C major. Then D diminished, then E diminished, then F minor. So those are like basic arpeggios in the key of F melodic minor. So I've been working on memorizing these things and also trying to play them up and down the neck, like let's say in closed position on the guitar. Now you can play just thirds like this. See? I'm playing them up in thirds now, like that. This is an F melodic minor. Okay, now we haven't even talked about the modes yet, so I've been working on all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I work on. Amir, sorry, Umir. I always call him Emir. It's Umir. One of my students. Happy Tuesday, Umir. One of my students studying with me. Just in case you guys, if you're having a great time and you're learning a lot, during this practice session, I'm gonna, if you want to donate $1 or more, I don't know if you can see this actually. Can you see this actually, guys? Yes, it's backwards on. I gotta put this one up. Let me see. Let me show you this. If you want to donate $1 more, you just go to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App. You can actually see that here, like this, and TikTok and in Instagram. I mean TikTok and YouTube. If you want to donate $1 more, you're enjoying this lesson, okay? This is like a live lesson about me practicing. So if there's any questions, please let me know. Is playing Steely Jam tunes a good start for learning jazz? I don't know, but I mean, Steely Jam tunes aren't really jazz tunes, but they're original tunes, though they're modern. Okay, so put it on there. So Steely Jam tunes are cool, actually, if you want to learn them. But I think you should learn jazz standards like out of the real book, like this. So, for example, I use the real book. Sorry, my real book's falling apart because I use it too much. You just use the real book, learn tunes out of here. One of my things to do all the time when I'm practicing is review tunes because I don't play song. There's tunes I don't play for a long time, so I'll go through a song that I haven't played in a while and practice them. Okay. So so we just talked about the melodic minor and the modes, for example, and I like to know. You have to know all the major modes, of course, and then the harmonic minor modes too, and how to play that scale. I've been using that scale a lot because we use that a lot in jazz. So let me see. I see a bunch of messages here on TikTok. Thoughts on bebop jazz? I play bebop jazz, of course, too. So I practice a lot of bebop melodies. So when I'm practicing, guys, I'll do things like I've been working on like tunes I don't know as well. Like I've been working on let me see on what's it called? This tune called Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker. So I've been practicing that tune a lot. Okay. Because I don't know that tune as well. And bebop tunes are very important when you're practicing jazz. And so I've been working on that, just learning that tune, making sure I know it, because I don't know that tune as well. So I'll work on like that real slow, like the bridge. So I'll be is one of the things I like to do is practice different melodies that I don't know. Remember, practice things you don't know. I've been working on Chick Corea tunes like God Imagine. So I'll be practicing those type of things, and just because I don't know these songs as well. Of course, there's some bebop melodies and stuff like that that I do know as well. That like Olio. So that one I know well. I mean, there's a bunch of them I know well, but the ones I know well I don't practice because why should I practice them? Because practicing those don't make any sense. What makes sense is if you practice tunes that you don't know. Okay, So then I always do my practice sessions. So I mean, like right now, I'm practicing a lot of arpeggio type of work too, and picking technique like this, warm ups, sweeping, and things like that. Let me see. There's some questions here. Love your show. Could you talk about your favorite songs? Oh wow. Someone's asking my song really. There's a lot of tunes I like. But I mean, it just depends. A lot of the songs I like are jazz standards actually, and are pop songs. So I mean, there's so many songs out there that I can't keep up with them. So like my last album, which looks like this actually. Either you can pick it up anywhere. This one, standards and other songs. I did a bunch of pop tunes and stuff that I converted to jazz. So I mean, so that's how I got into like So I like pop tunes a lot. A lot. I did a Drake song and a bunch of stuff like that. But when I'm practicing, I'm always practicing tunes I don't know as well. So there's different things like that I like to do with those kind of tunes. Let me see if there's other questions. Whatever I try to improvise, my soloing is pretty much limited to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Could you help me out with some exercises? Thank you. Okay, so here's a good exercise, guys and girls. Who's ever watching, and also on TikTok. Okay. So when I'm practicing, I mean, if I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing like one of my students, Yumir, was talking about. We were talking about rhythms. So a lot of jazz is actually eighth notes. So if I'm taking a solo like this. So that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So, but sometimes I can go. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing some triplets and things like that, and I'm doing eighth notes, of course. Those are swing eighth notes too. So there's swing eighth notes and straight eighth notes you can actually practice. But I like to change things up. So if I'm taking it like, let's say I'm playing a line like this, you can go. What I'm doing, I'm just throwing some triplets in there, and you can actually do double time stuff too, like this. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing 16 notes, and you can do triplets too. 16 note triplets. So I'm only playing on D minor right now, but I'm actually switching up rhythms. You can do triplets. So you have to think about the rhythms you're actually playing too. So just don't play random notes. Think about the rhythms. The rhythm is actually the most important thing. So I'm just switching between eighth notes, 16 notes, and sometimes triplets. Straight triplets. Like you could do quarter note triplets. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. You would sing it triplet, triplet, triplet. The playing, and you have to be really conscious of it. So what I like to do actually a lot is like, let me get my metronome out here. I like to use my tempo metronome and play with the metronome. So, you really know what your timing is. And it's very important to know your timing. So I'll play with the metronome here. Let me play it. So I'll use my metronome. It's very important to use a metronome. Oh, I'm looking at all these questions here. So I'll use my my metronome to really get it together and try to play for people. Let me see if I can answer some questions over here on TikTok a little bit. Can you play the intro of what's this? Octopus what? Garden. I don't even know that's. Sometimes you guys send me stuff. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'd have to know what that song really is. Um, Let me see. There's a bunch of people that joined on TikTok. Let me see if there's any cool questions that you can ask me. You should you play should you play some bachata? Or that would be bachata. One of my students plays bachata. I don't really know no bachata too well, but I like to. That's Dominican, isn't it? Do you know Pat Metheny? I met Pat Metheny. I hardly hear people talk about him. Oh man, Pat Metheny was one of my main influences when that's one of the main reasons I started playing jazz guitar. I used to see him in high school, and I've met him a couple of times. Like I used to teach the National Summer Guitar Workshop, and he used to go and do a workshop until they went bankrupt. Those guys. That was like 15 years ago. They went bankrupt, National Summer Guitar Workshop, but that was a really cool thing. They used to have all the great guitar players. I used to be one of the teachers, and I used to be in Connecticut. So, yeah, Pat Metheny is a great influence. Pat Metheny was like a child prodigy. He played exactly like Wes Montgomery when he came out. But when he started, when he was in high school, but then he decided to be himself, and so he started really getting it together. So anyway, so we don't have any problem with the background here. But no one really cares. They're into the music. So, how do you memorize all the standards? I have a tendency to forget chords and melody easily. Oh, that's true too. Everybody. So, when I'm learning a standard, if I haven't played a standard in a long time, I'll forget it. That's kind of normal. So if you don't play, you lose it, you lose it. I mean, you don't use it, you lose it. That kind of saying. So you could actually, I gotta move a stand out of here because the production manager is trying to help me here. So, yes. Oh man, thanks everybody on YouTube for watching because I'm trying to get more people to watch me do lives, and get more stuff out to you guys instead of talking about like all these my performances and all these little shorts I do and everything. So what I do is when you to memorize a tune, you have to get in your head. So when I'm learning a new tune, I have some new tunes that I'm actually learning. I got to think about them. There's a bunch that I don't know that I've always wanted to learn. Like if I forget a song, I'll start. First, you have to have the melody in your head, so you don't forget it. Like this song, like let's pick a song right now. Let's pick a song I haven't played. Like I haven't done the Days of Wine and Roses in a long time, so I would go. So I know what the melody says. I haven't played that in a while. So now I just played that melody like that, and I haven't played that in a long time. But if I'm going to play like a solo guitar kind of thing, I would actually just go. I would actually try to throw chords in there like this. So you have to really know how to play chord melody and memorize these tunes and play the melody everywhere. So you should play about. So I would go or down lower. See, what I do was I transpose it down an octave because I don't know how to do it in octaves like that down. So I mean, you practice the melodies, you have to really know them inside out because you know what? Everything matters what the melody sounds like. So they'll be the first to tell you played that wrong, and the melody is actually the most important part of a song. So I practice these melodies, and if I know the song well enough, I'll transpose them to different keys. So let me see this questions here. Dorian flat 2. Can you play using Dorian flat 2? Someone asked me that question. Oh, you see, Dorian flat 2 is this. Here's a Dorian scale, like a D Dorian. So that scale. What scale is it? That's actually that comes from what melodic. I'm just trying to figure out what the scale is there, because there's a Dorian natural 9 is very common. Well, actually, Locain natural 9 is a very common one, but Dorian flat 9 I use sometimes in my playing. Okay. Now let me see. Let me answer some questions here on TikTok. Now, guys, if you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot about my practice and how to practice sessions today, I'm doing an open practice session. I'm actually accepting donations. If you want to go to my PayPal, it's at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App. It's also on my profile, and on YouTube, you can do the same thing. If you're learning some cool stuff, you could send a donation. That would be really great. Thank you for watching. Let me see some other questions here. Wait, would you do that same as a flat 9? Would you do that flat 2 scale the same as flat 9? The flat 2 scale could be the same. The flat 9, the flat 2 implies dominant 7th. Okay, just so you know. So someone was asking that. So flat 2, what doesn't necessarily mean flat 9. Can you play Here Comes the Sun? That's funny. Let me see how I play that. I haven't played that song in a long time, so I have to look at the music. Now, how do you jump? How do you jump down to the 5th of the lower string so quickly? I find myself getting stuck to the 5th on the lower string quickly. I don't get that. What you mean? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that question exactly. Getting lost. I don't understand that question actually. Try to reword that a different way. Whoever that was. I know that there's some basic theory from being in a band for 6 years. What should I learn to play the first on guitar? So you know what? I mean, one good book I like to use, and I've been using this book. This book actually shows you everything, everybody. So I use this William Levitt book, A Modern Method for Guitar. It's backwards, of course. I'm not left-handed, just so you know. So this is the book I use to actually practice. Okay. I'm actually going through the whole book, and I know most of the first 2 books, but not the 3rd book. But I know most of the stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So I'm always learning things that practicing things I don't know. So when I'm actually practicing, I'm just practicing things I don't know. So one of the things I wanted to show you guys today were some of these arpeggios that I learned from a student that I've been working on. Let me pull these out for you. They're really cool arpeggios. So one of those arpeggios is like I'm playing like let's say I'm playing an F major arpeggio. Now I'm playing it on 7-string guitar. Watch this. So I gotta put that low note. Now this adding the 7th string adds that low note, and I play a low A. So that's an A, C, F. So this is F, A, C, F, A, C, F, A, C, F. So that's actually a 3-octave arpeggio. That's one of the things I practice, but I know that one really well, kind of, except for the low notes here. Now, I usually don't practice this fast too, because I gotta practice it slow, so I learn it. So there's another arpeggio I like to do. This is a major arpeggio, okay? And one of the major arpeggios that I don't know as well is this form, like this. Let me get my 6th string out so you can see this a little bit, because I've been confusing it with my 7th string. So my 6th string guitar looks like this. I'll get this out. And if you guys are enjoying what you're learning, I have a new article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine that just came out. Okay, let me see. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. I have a new article in the March-April issue. Okay, and this is it's on the harmonic and melodic minor scales. So go check it out. My new article. It's on page 50. Let me open it up for you. Here I am. Check it out. You know, you can watch me. You can read about. It's a really good article about the harmonic and melodic minors that I need to still work on, guys. I mean, you know, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I do know, but you know, in my case, I always feel like I need to get a lot better. So everybody feels that. So there's a lot of cool exercise in here in my new article. So go check it out. And also through the same company, Acoustic Guitar and Hal Leonard, I have a book. If you want to learn about chords, I do great articles here. You just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can actually learn some chords at your fingertips right here in this book. And there's some great writers in here like Adam Levy, who played with a lot of different people. Some great authors, Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers, who used to be the editor at Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So I'm involved with Acoustic Guitar Magazine for a long time, and I do a lot of writing for them. I've done about 30 articles. So now here's my 6-string guitar. So the 6-string guitar is really easy to play for me now compared to 7-string because the 7-string is really hard. Sometimes I get lost just because I'm trying to do that 7-string in here. So this is like butter. I usually use a lighter pick because the strings here are much smaller. Okay. Now, before I keep going, I want to see if there's any questions here. Hey, I love your stuff on your show. Show me some medium advanced picking techniques to build string speed, please. Okay. So you know what? So when I'm warming up, I like to do this exercise. The trill exercise like this. Okay, it's a really good exercise to warm up with. And I use the George Benson picking technique, so I'm going sideways. But if it's only on a flat wound string. So I really haven't warmed up today because I just started doing this. I'm supposed to be a practice session. So I'll go to this string. It's a tremolo. I go as fast as I can. And I do loud and soft. Loud. See how I keep my string the pick really close to the string? Yeah, these are good Eastman guitars, just so you provide those. And I go across, and I actually play more to the side like this, not straight when I'm using a flat one. I use the George Benson picking technique, but some people have it really angled like that. I don't play that angled, actually. I kind of do it like almost straight, but not quite. So that gives me speed. So, I mean, I did a TikTok recently, and I have to actually do a long form video for YouTube. It's on economy picking. So I do a lot of alternate picking. So one of the ways you can get faster picking is do alternate picking. So you should pick down and up or up and down everywhere. So I'm just picking down and up. I'm just playing BS, you know. I'm just going down and up. So that's very common to play down and up. Alternate picking, okay. So sometimes I'll do alternate picking, but then sometimes to make it smoother, I might do a slide like that, or like this. I won't pick every note. So I started doing economy picking, which I didn't realize I did till someone started asking me on TikTok about explaining economy picking. So I actually do a combination of picking and alternate picking and hammers on pull-offs. Then I'll do sweeping to do certain things. Sweeping is actually when you go in the same direction and hit two adjacent strings. So that's a good exercise I'm just doing right now. I just did a major arpeggio, went down in half steps, and went all the same direction. I went down, up, down, up. And if you want to read about this, I did an article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine in the January issue about sweep picking. So that whole lesson in that article in Acoustic Guitar is all about sweep picking and different exercises. You know, so I do a combination of all those things that equate to economy picking. So I basically just do a combination of what. I'll try to do it like a jazz thing. Well, I'm just doing a combination of sweeping, hammer-ons, pull-offs, and alternate picking. So I'm just basically just mixing it all up right now. I mean, I'm just playing gibberish right now, but when I'm actually playing, I actually use those techniques all together to play my solos, you know. Dynamics, yeah, that's advanced, man. Thank you. Legato. Yeah, thank you, Schizoid, man. I like all the names you guys have. There's some wild names on TikTok, guys. I won't say the name sometimes. Love your videos. Do you have any exercise to help me understand octave displacement better? Oh, octave displacement. Okay, hold on. I'm going to answer some questions on TikTok. I can't forget you guys. Thank you very much for watching. And, please, before I forget, please follow me if you don't follow me here at Ron Jackson Music on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Man, there's another place. Okay, a bunch of places. So what was I going to say? So octave displacement, I want to make sure you know. So when I'm playing, I think he means like to find your notes from the different octaves. So, I mean, that takes time. You have to really know your neck. So if I'm playing, let's say, I'm going to pick a harder note, like an A flat. You should know how to play them across. See what I'm doing? And figure out every way. Oh, you can't see it too well. I'm going to try to do it here now. So that gets kind of weird there. There's no fret up there. So you should be able to find your octaves from any position. When I see the octaves, I see the scale too, like the A flat major scale. So I see the octave. You should be able to go up the scale and octave. See what I did? Going down the scale. Okay, so that's how I displace octaves. Thank you for asking that question. Joaquin Ruiz. Okay. Someone's asking if they still have trouble learning a minor scale. Now, this, just so you guys know, I mean, I've been working, I still work. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I know a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know because if I knew everything, I'd be a computer, a genius. I'm just kidding. So, what I try to do when I'm actually practicing is practice scales that I don't know. So, if you want to learn the minor scale is basically a major scale with a flat 3. So you should know how to change your scales. I have a video about that already. Change your scales from, the mother of all scales is the major. So let's say we're in the key. I want to change keys all the time now because you don't want to play the same key. The key of G. To make it minor, just lower one note. But if you just lower one note, that makes a G melodic minor. So to make a natural minor, you have to know what notes you change. So remember, minor is just a major scale with a flat 3. Now, there's a ton of different minor scales, all kinds of minor scales, So any scale with a flat 3. So this so if in the key of G, I can do like a G natural minor. Okay, then I could G harmonic minor. Now, all these scales. Play them, what's the word? Play them everywhere you can possibly can. There's the G. So what happens is you have to know what's change. So you have to know your intervals. You have to know the number system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back to 8, which is the octave, is the scale. But then you have to know how to change that to natural minor, which is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Then melodic minor is 1, flat 2, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-1. Okay, now depending on the key, there's different sharps and flats. So you have to know all that stuff. There's a lot involved with music, with theory and all that other stuff to scales. So there's a lot of stuff. So with minor scales, there's a ton of them. You have to work on that. Learn the natural minor. In rock, most musicians use Aeolian actually, which is cool, and it's a great, great scale. So in jazz, we use all kinds of scales. Let me see. Let me look at this. Let me look at some TikTok questions here. Let me say hi to some people. Everybody, please follow me if you're enjoying this. How do you choose chord positions for a song? Oh, okay. So, I mean, guys, let's say I'm playing a jazz song. Let me pick any jazz song. Okay, I've been working on Got a Match by Chick Corea. So the chords go. So, I mean, it goes, it's basically D major 7. So when I'm playing the chord progression, I try to do the chord progression every possible way. Now, this is a really great exercise I learned from Ted Dunbar, a great guitar teacher who taught a lot of great guitar players. So I'll play like this. So I just did it that way. Then I would do it here. Then I'll go. So then I would play it here. Then I'll go. Then I'll go. So I'm playing every possible finger I can do it. See how many plays I played that same progression? This is Got a Match by Chick Corea. Now I'll do it here. I'll go. So you see how many ways I play that progression? That's how you really learn how to play progressions all over the neck. You got to be able to play every possible fingering, and then what you do is whenever you're playing, you'll be able to play it anywhere. So I just did the same progression everywhere on possible way on the neck. And you have to really know your guitar neck and your chords just like that when you're playing. It takes a lot of practice, guys. And, it really kicks your butt. But, there's so much, the guitars, like, I see a lot of guitar players, I can tell if you know your neck, because they just basically play in the same area. But you got to be able to play all over the neck and really don't get lost. So, of course you can miss notes here and there. That's normal. If you're playing, it's okay, but you should not really be able to get lost whenever you're playing through chords. So when I'm doing jazz, you have to really know your neck, because there's chords going everywhere, and I have to be able when I'm playing, to find on the neck where I'm at without getting lost and know what the chord sounds like. Now let me see some other questions here. Man, there's a ton of messages here, man. Woo! Let me see. Cool. You're so kind to help people out like this. Oh, you're welcome, guys. And if you're, like I said before, someone said I'm too kind to help people like this, but also, it's tough times. If you like the content, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, at Cash App, and PayPal. If you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot of cool stuff, in my impromptu practice session. So I'm not really practicing right now. I'm just showing you how to practice. But I appreciate you guys helping me. And please follow me. That's the most important thing. Share and follow me as well. Share it to your friends. Tell them about me. I want to thank YouTube, guys. You guys at YouTube are great. I got to 11,000 subscribers now. in about 3 months. I appreciate it. And YouTube, Instagram, Instagram and TikTok, almost 25,000. And I appreciate you guys. Let me see. Let me see. Someone's asking me, does that guitar have low action? This one kind of. My seventh string has pretty high action. That was playing a minute ago. Now, legato. Do you have any exercises that help understand octave? Okay, someone asked that question. Do you usually play minor scales with a sharp 7? So someone's asking me, I play a minor scale with a sharp 7 sometimes. It just depends. I like to actually, when I'm playing Dorian, I don't play sharp 7, it's a flat 7. So some playing Miles Davis, so what? So that's a Dorian scale. I'm just playing Dorian. There's no major 7 there or sharp 7. But I'll do that to reharmonize. So I'll go, and I'll start using passing tones and all kinds of stuff instead of all Dorian. So I started doing the sharp 7th, the raised 7th there, and made it to a harmonic minor scale. So I'm just reharmonizing. Remember, jazz musicians reharmonize all the time. So I feel like making a sharp 7 in the solo, I'll do that. I'll keep it natural 7. Or I'll keep it real straight. I'll do reharmonizations like minor thirds like that up, etc. So yes, I'll raise the 7 sometime. I'm playing blues and I'm just getting to jazz. So when I improvise, let's say over G7, do you play dominant arpeggio or know the notes of the Mixolydian scale? So guys, okay, just so you know, when I'm playing at blues, I do all kinds of stuff. Okay, so that's from Future Lights. Future Lights, I like that name. So on YouTube. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing a blues in B flat. So if I'm playing a B flat chord, so I'll play like the minor pentatonic chords. Now that you should know all 5 fingerings of that. So I don't practice. So what I'm doing is I don't practice that scale because I know it too well. I'll practice harder scales. Okay, so don't practice things that you know already. So when I'm playing, I'll do an arpeggio sometimes. That's one of the things I would do. And I'll do like the dominant scale. See, I'm just making sure that I can play it over the load. Yeah, so what I did was like I mixed up the scales right now. Okay, so I did like a dominant arpeggio. I did a minor pentatonic on a blues on a B flat 7 chord. I did the dominant scale. Then also I could do the dominant bebop. I like to use that. So we haven't got to that stuff too much today. So there's a passing tone between. So if I'm playing the dominant bebop scale, the dominant scale, I'll put no extra note. I'll put a passing tone between the 1 and flat 7 we call. So I like to do that too. So that's another scale I would use. Then I get really fancy. Also doing altered scales and all kinds of and everything like that, you know. So sorry. Am I Lennon Landau? You had a question. So he had a question. He's making all kinds of comments here. Okay. So anyway, so So I'm trying to practice in front of you guys, and there's a lot of questions. But so I mean, I hope you're learning a lot of new stuff today. Let me see what's on TikTok because I have a lot of fans on TikTok who learn a lot of stuff from me. Cool, you're kind to help. Let me see. Let me keep going here. How do you choose chord positions? I got that question already. I'm just trying to see who else is up here. Learn major pentatonic, major pentatonic. So everybody, Lydian, Mixolydian, and all that stuff. So when you're doing pentatonic scales, major and minor are related, just so you know. Okay. So and then you could superimpose like Lydian scales can be made into pentatonic. Any scale can be made into pentatonic scale. Actually, you got to find the like the pentatonic scales within within the scales. So some common ones are like let's say I'm playing like a let's say I'm playing A major 7. So this is like a pentatonic scale. So I can mix up little. So I'm actually playing a major pentatonic, a type of pentatonic on a major 7 chord, a major 7 where I can get the 9, the 7, the 13, or the 6, the 5, the 3, the 9. It looks like F minor, kind of like a. So you can have your own pentatonic scales superimposing them and using them in your soloing. A really cool thing to use actually in your soloing. Okay. Questions here. How do you find the best chord positions for a song? I already answered that question. There's a bunch of new questions here too. Oh, no, there's people that joined. So everybody, I appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna probably finish up in a few minutes because I've been up for an hour. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions. So I'm just whenever you practice, and I know there's a lot of questions for me to answer. Practice things you don't know how to do. That's the most important thing. Now I learned. I've studied. I went to Berklee College. I've had a lot of great guitar teachers. If you want to learn how to play really and get your practice together, you study with somebody. And I forgot to tell you, if you're enjoying this, I also have a Patreon account, and where you can actually study with me. You can actually get like $3 lessons and less. Let me see if I have that with me. Oh, here it is. So I have a Patreon account. I'm starting to get a lot of patrons. So if you want to get some of these lessons written out that you see on TikTok and Instagram everywhere, and YouTube, go here, sign up for $3. Can you see that? Patreon.com/JohnJacksonMusic. You can go $3 a month. You get at least one lesson a month written out, and you get a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing a workshop actually on YouTube again this weekend. That's going to be private to my members and students. So my students get like free workshops all the time like this. And I'm trying to do this right now for YouTube because I'm starting to get a lot of followers, and I appreciate you guys. And on TikTok, I don't go live on TikTok as much as I should. So I'm live on TikTok right now, and I appreciate you guys. I have so many great fans over there. Cool. You're so kind. Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the new messages here. So let me see what else is here. Yeah. So there's a bunch of questions here. I answered a lot already. Oh yeah. So someone's asking about playing faster. So when I'm playing fast, when you play fast, you just gotta learn how to what's the word? Build up speed. And the best way to build up speed is use a metronome. I can't find my phone right now, but I'm trying to find my phone with the metronome, but it's over here somewhere. Anyway, so what I would do is, use a metronome to build up speed. I can find my phone. So look, I use a metronome to see how fast I can play. So when you start playing, like let's say at 150, that's pretty fast. So, well, that's 300. So I'll play, that's 150 half note. So I'll take that. If you can hear this, that's pretty loud. So I'll start playing along like this. I might have to play a little. So what I'm doing is I'm playing at 150. The half note is on 2 and 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4. So what you gotta do is to be able to play that fast, I actually I've been practicing for a long time these tempos, and you have to build up. You have to start really slow. So I'm at 150 right now, half note. And that's like 300. It could be faster. I mean, I played people where people played faster, but I build up the speed. I'll play like blues, whatever tune you're playing, jazz tune, whatever, and I would like just start speeding it up one increment at a time, 100, 102, 103, and keep going until you're like at 150. So let me put it at 160 this time, see if I can play. So if I played at 160, that's pretty damn fast. I'll do that. So that's the 2 and 4. But I'm gonna play 1 and 3 this time. So that's pretty fast, actually. 160, that's 320. So I mean, I like to practice those type of things really fast. But I mean, to be able to play that fast, you have to be relaxed. So what I'm doing right now is I'm pretty relaxed, even though I haven't warmed up that much. But usually you have to warm up to get to that tempo to play fast. So that's how you learn how to play fast. You have to build up the speed and be relaxed. You got to lock in with the metronome. Metronome really is a good thing to judge how to play faster. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It's about almost 5 o'clock here Eastern Standard Time in New York. I appreciate you watching, man. So everybody's like, someone just asked one last question about the different modes. I actually have videos about that. So just look on my YouTube about the different modes of the major scale. I'm going to be doing soon, when I have time, all the modes of the melodic minor and the harmonic minor and how you use them in jazz. I'm going to do a long form video in YouTube probably, because in TikTok the 1 minute format is too short for this. Okay. And let me see if there's any other questions here before I go, because I got to take a break. I'm tired from talking. Hey man, can you do what's this Ren and Stimpy theme? I don't know that, man. Sorry. I mean, you know what? I want to take notes later, or send me a direct message about how to do some of these things. DM me some questions that you have, or make comments on my video here. I'm going to leave this up after. Okay, on TikTok you can't leave the videos up, but if there's any questions, please DM me on TikTok after the show. If you want to give some gifts, that would be great too. But it was really fun. I want to show you one more time. You enjoyed this. I want to hear the Rens to be as well. Oh no, someone else wanted, but I don't know that theme. So guys, if you enjoyed the show, please donate more. If you learn a lot of cool things at my Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and PayPal. And I really appreciate you guys. Or you can give me gifts on TikTok. And I'll be doing these live streams again when I practice. Probably in a day or two. So this is practice session number 2. And thank you very much. I'm going to have these these comments here later. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. Okay, have a great day, TikTok, everybody. I can't answer all these questions. I'm going to try to practice by myself next, and I'm going to put a new post on TikTok today probably too. And I already put a post on YouTube. So thank you, YouTube, for all the 11,000 followers plus now, and everybody on TikTok. Give me the 25,000. Give me the 30,000. Okay. Let me see. Let me say bye. Let me say bye before I say bye to everybody on YouTube. I'm just gonna check out some of the questions I had here on my chat. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna just I'm screenshotting some of this. So I'm going to check some of these comments to see what people were saying here on YouTube. TikTok. I'll see you guys soon. Okay. I'm gonna say. Let me. I just see a few more things. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for all the gifts and everything. There's some questions here. Okay. Can you play these chords in order? D, G, and A. D, G, and A. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry I couldn't get that question. Please show that guy. Play these 3 chords in order. D, G, and A. Okay, that's answered your question. Now I can play that so many different ways. D, D, G, A, D, G, A, D, G, A. So you should be able to play those so many different ways. Those are really basic chords. You should know how to play them in bar chords. Now let me see. Let me get off this. I'm just making a screenshot of all the questions. Yeah. I'm just making some screenshots of all the comments that you guys made, to see if there's anything I want to show you guys later. I appreciate you guys. I got a lot of comments today on YouTube too. So let me say bye to everybody and thank you guys. Have a great day and we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. I'm about to say bye to TikTok and now. Okay. Oh, wow. I had a lot of viewers on TikTok. And now let me see. Everybody on YouTube, you can watch this after. Okay. I'm going to have the playback right after this. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It was really fun. And I'll see you guys. Bye-bye on YouTube. Bye-bye. Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit better. I'm doing my live stream here. I'm trying to make sure the camera looks good. And I go back a little bit. And, waiting for people to join me. I know this is very last minute. No impromptu kind of, fast-paced live here. I'm going to be talking about the 7-string guitar and how it's used in jazz. And People are asking me these questions all the time about. Let me make sure my seat's correctly put up here because I have all this crazy stuff here. People are always asking me about the 7-string guitar and why I use it. So just so you know, if you have any questions or anything, please send me a chat. Also, let me see what the chat relay is here. I want to see what the messages are, if there's any questions. I know this is like really last minute, and people are just like checking me out. I'm going to put this up a little bit higher. See if I can turn this a little bit so it stays up here. Good. So I'm going to just show you how I warm up on the 7-string, if you have any questions like that. So for example, I was trying to C major scale. I mean, what's happening is I'm trying to really learn the 7-string instead of using it. It's just a low note that accompanies me. I'm trying to really use it in my soloing. So if I'm playing a C major scale, so you got that low A note string here, and I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E is here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. So I have a choice of going this way. I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. That, so I have to do that. So the B flat, so I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So, so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, I do warm up exercises where I try to use the 7-string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now, there's 7 of the strings now. Backwards. Now what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern is really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, and now I'm using the 7th string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. You know, if you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7th string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm up that I usually do on 4th string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, you know, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. Then I'm going. See? Etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7-string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7th string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7-string guitar player and 6-string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7-string guitar, in his mid-40s until he died. And you know, he called it the new guitar. So I mean, I was studying jazz comping with him. You know, like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7-string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago, I switched, not switched, but I started playing 7-string guitar, and you know, it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7-string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, you know, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And I get those really cool. And you get that low note. That really note. Pause. Okay? So you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7-string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones. And I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So, I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So, when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7th string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, I mean, you know, any chord that uses a 7th string. So I mean, I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of this of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So, you know, it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. Throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale, throwing it in there. And, you know, getting that really low note in there is hard to use, actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah. So, you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7th string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7th string because he always said that the 7th string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is, Lush Life is in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. Dominic, my 3 favorite guitar players, I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, you know, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do a chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lush Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? So that was Lush Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch. So guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar. Let me see what you mean by that. I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So, what can you play on Done by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So now I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Now this part is really hard to play, all in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm going, so I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky Pitcher. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here, a lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. I'll try to use open strings as much as I can. A low A. Third. Octaves, harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lush Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day. So I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the 7th string, if you have any questions, we're doing a topic today is the 7th string. So let me see my live top chat here. How do you apply blues notes into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know your you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay, and there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7 string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah. So what about Charlie Hunter Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Do you have you ever tried Elixir Strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir Strings too. So that's Elixir Strings. I use them on my Sala body, actually. These are like 10, these are 7 string sets from my Sala body PRS 7 string. So yes, I use Elixir Strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, Elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone, because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So I use Elixir Strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, please send me a comment or anything. And any of these tips are help. On the link, I'm actually, there's a link if you want to donate to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you're enjoying what you're doing. You don't have to donate at all. If you feel like in your heart you like to, you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So and all at Ron Jackson Music, okay? Just like my YouTube channel. And please, definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I've never tried that. I love Elixir Strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique, less strumming and more doodling? Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah, and thank you for this, for listening to this Octave Harmonics. Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs, Looking Out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel, I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7 string here, and this is like kind of like a 7 string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7 string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh yeah, great. So you know what? I like to use the 7 string also for like bass lines. So I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I play in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sims, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on actually is based on Donald. I could do that for you. doing right now is I'm using the 7-string. Someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee is based on. And actually, Bucky Pizzarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7-string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But, like every once in a while, getting into 7-string guitar. So what happened was, the 7-string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with a 7-string. You can go. So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant and hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff. Concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7-string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, how about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I know it's an afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. So sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7-string? So I like to do all kinds of things with a 7-string. Like particularly using the 7-string, and you could do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7-string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, to incorporate in my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7-string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7-string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7-string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone had some questions here. And that's a really good, cool thing to do, actually. Let me see. Oh, hey, man. Hey, Australia. How you doing, man? Great, great, great. Thank you, guys. Oh, man. What's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Just, do you have a low B? Oh, no, no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Epps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Epps actually tuned his guitar just like that. Okay, with a low A string. Okay, so that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so the low A string is really a cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So yeah, so the A string is really cool. And it's the lowest note, on the 7th string you can get. So the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do. You can do cool bass lines. You can do really cool bass lines like that, like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, okay, so that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying to my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory. Okay? And let me see what else here's here. But new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. It's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it gent? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has that big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings the. Where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk, soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second. Do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string, someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7, 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 A major 7 Now the low A string, I could use the low A string for all kinds of seventh chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the seventh chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using seventh chords here. So this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. So I'm just using seventh chords here, just as an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the seventh string and seventh chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's what I like about the seventh string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a sixth string. So there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So when I'm playing seventh string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. Pop song by Anita Baker called Caught Up in the Rapture, and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I actually do a lot of recording sessions like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my seventh string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the third string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the seventh string is actually the Slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the seventh and the sixth string together, it makes a cool Slam Stewart sound, like it's a fifth. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that seventh string Slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do three of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. So I'm using that cool Slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you know, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here. Because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually I use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, you know, I mean, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible, and I do it myself. You know, hey Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. You know, I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great, great. I actually knew that one. Okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, "What's the? Would you most like to perform today if you had a choice?" Would if I had to play with an artist today, Dave? I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that play with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great, great, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, you know, please. I have this ready on my description, but you know, I'm taking donations today too. You know, if you feel like you know, there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. You know, and help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the 7-string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Oh, hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet me. Your sign. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera? Let me see. Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh. I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I gotta eat lunch soon. But you know, if you're enjoying this, you know, please subscribe, of course, and you know, send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the 7-string guitar. You know, I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play 7-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and you know, if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in Northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years, you know, to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland. Northern Holland, and they're basically it's only like a couple thousand euros. Everything's free there in Europe, as far as like classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that you can go there to Guildhall. Any place in Europe where this is much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about 7-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. He just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitarist, 7-string guitar, man, would really make easy 7-string, 6-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player that I haven't seen in years, that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar, but he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, you went to Berklee. Yeah, Berklee. Take your money, Berklee. So anyway, so let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups, never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorse those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Gambale, I love him. I brought a 7-string to his metal class. Oh, yeah, cool. What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian's a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lodge. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So Julian Lodge is featured in this. So I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, entry level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one, okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into. If you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in hollow? I don't really know. It's been a while. But you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message. So you can follow. This will look backwards here. This is like mirror image. So you can join my Patreon if you want to study with me. 6 and 7-string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah, okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay, let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon. www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today. At PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after if I might check it out myself for this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York, and thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email. RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. That's RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys.
But at least I have a little gauge on it.
Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. I'm live. Let me go over here to TikTok as well. And I'm going live on TikTok. I'm going to do like a little session about chord melody today. So let me take one of my books out so I can go do some stuff on chord melody. This is an impromptu live. I've been doing a lot of these sessions recently where I just go live all of a sudden and do some little subjects about different different aspects of the guitar playing. So today I'm actually gonna go over how you do chord melody, guys. And thank you everybody on. I'm actually transmitting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. For all my fans on TikTok, I need to go live more often on TikTok as well. So I'm in tune right now. I'm using my 6-string guitar, and there's a couple of people right now on YouTube. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually this. I'm going to take questions sometimes, but I'm going to try to actually. Can you give me some water? A bottle of water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm going to do a chord melody on a song I don't know. I have this song right here called, I don't even know this song. It's called A Fine Romance. You see that? And it's like a jazz standard. And I don't really know this song at all. So I'm going to do a chord melody on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the melody. So I'm a pretty good sight reader. And I practice it, as much as I can. And I'm actually going to play the melody one time through. And then I'm going to try to do chord melody on it. It's a ballad. So it sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's the melody so far. That's the first 8 bars. So that's the melody, basically. That's called A Fine Romance. I don't really know this song. I probably heard it. I was just playing that melody. What I did was I actually transposed this up an octave, okay? So the way it's written for guitar is a little too low to play chord melody. So I'm just sight reading this, okay? So what I did was I just played the melody. And if I played the melody the way it's written, it would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you see, I play the melody. If you can read, I play the melody up at the way it's written, but on the guitar it sounds low. So what I'll do is I'll just actually play this up an octave now, which I did earlier. So it's like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, etc. So that's basically the melody. But now, what I want to do is I want to do chord melodies. So the first chord is actually a C6. Okay, if you can see that on YouTube, it's kind of hard to see, and on TikTok, you see that there's a C6 chord. It's backwards for you guys, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to play this up an octave and play chord melody with it. So to play chord melody, you have to know what the note is in relationship to the chords. So the first note is actually E, and it's a C6 chord. So I'm going to have to play this chord. And then it goes to C sharp diminished. So this is this chord. Then the B, I put a B on top of the D minor 6 chord. So it goes C6, then C sharp diminished 7, then D minor 6, sorry, and then D sharp diminished 7. So I'm sight reading this. And then it's E minor 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7, then G7. So I'm just playing through this song like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chord melody with it now. So it's like 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. A minor 7. 2, 3, 4. So that's the whole thing. That's the first 8 bars as a chord melody. So I was able to do that. Actually, just some basic chord melody stuff. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Actually, hey everybody, hey Marcelo from Brazil. Your parents hate you, Storm. Okay, good job. Nice guitar. What model is it? So just so you guys know, this is an Eastman guitar. If you can see this, Eastman, and I have like a Peterson tuner on this thing to keep myself in tune. It's a great strobe tuner. I'm an Eastman endorser, so I like to use to be on tune with this. I play this guitar, so this is my 6-string Eastman. It's actually an what they call a T49G V guitar. Okay, it's like an ES175. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing about chord melody. So this is a song I really don't know. So what I'm doing is I'm sight reading, but I'm playing when I get to that C sharp diminished. I can do that chord. So I can go like this actually. Instead of playing that C sharp diminished with that weird chord like this, I can do it here. That's easier to do than here. So the melody goes. If I did here, then it goes to the C sharp diminished. That's easier to play. I can do it here. Then it goes up. E, I gotta play E on top. Then A minor 7. I can play it that way. Then I could go. Then the next part goes like this. So if I'm gonna play that, I'm gonna play that up an octave higher like this. So the melody's written like this. If you look closely on the second ending, there are all these notes: C, B, C, etc. So to be able to play that chord melody, I have to play it up an octave, not the way it's written. So a lot of people, I know a lot of guitar players don't know how to read. So if you want to be a professional musician these days, it's very important to know how to read notation and not only tabs. I use tabs as a guide, but tabs are only a guide. You should know the notes on the guitar if you're going to play, okay? It's very important. So what I'm doing is I'm doing this from sight. And, this is not a hard melody. This is all quarter notes and stuff like that and quarter note triplets. When I'm actually playing, I'm actually sight reading. So I'm playing this up an octave. So that melody goes like this. So if I'm going to do chord melody with it, I'm going to go. And then I'm going to go. So I can do it that way. I can do all kinds of cool things with the melody. I can go. I can do it like the way to the G7. So that's the melody. The next part goes like this. So the chords for that part is C6, then A7, and then G flat, F7, G flat 7, F7, then E7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So I'm going to go like this with that melody. That's what's written actually. So this is a fine romance. I'm actually doing the melody for this. Okay, if you look closely on YouTube, I'm playing all that as chord melody now, a song I don't know. You should be able to do this on your own. Hey, someone says, hi, Ron. Hi, how's it going? So I'm actually doing a chord melody on teaching how to do chord melody. So what I'm doing, when I do chord melody, I know what the note is against the chord. So if the C note is like the root, so that's against the C6, so that's just the C on top. Then on the C diminished, that's like that's actually like the 6th degree going up the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes away from the bottom. Okay. And then on the D minor, 6, that's the 6th, the B, etc. So I mean, you have to really know your chord scale relationships when you're actually playing chord melody. Now let me answer a couple of questions here while I'm doing this. I see a bunch of messages now on TikTok. I thank you guys for if there's any cool questions you want to ask me. Um, Nice piece of strings on your lap. Thank you. Is there a reason why there are multiple fingerings for the same note, or is it just that's the way it is? So everybody, so if I'm playing a chord melody song and I'm going like this. Okay, now you know how many ways I can play the. What's it? See how many ways I just played that? That's the thing that's a pain in the butt with the guitar. So I really know the neck pretty well. I mean, just because I'm not no genius, I just practice. I still practice. I need to practice more actually. Um, like everybody, you need to practice and really learn the neck and be able to find all the notes. They all repeat a million times on the guitar because the strings kind of like are the same. You have to know how the strings are tuned. Here's an E, and there's another E, there's another E, there's another E, all the same note. Okay, G. You have to be able to find the notes. Can't reach this one here, and etc. See all the notes I hit. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to you have to really know the notes on the guitar neck. Those are really easy notes I actually hit. So they actually repeat. So I mean, we talk about Cage. Someone meant Cage, Victor Ribeiro. Yeah, that's kind of the same concept. So if I'm playing a C chord, people do the Cage system where you can go. Now the thing is, that looks easy, but it's not because. I mean, this is a really basic concept, but you have to be able to do this not only in the key of C, you have to do it in all keys. So right now I'm only in the key of C. So Victor was asking about the K system. That's how it works. So the base of the K system is actually like open string chords, moved up the neck like a C chord, and move it up to an F chord, for example. And you're kind of playing the K system like that. But K system is limited because you're gonna have to be able to play all the chords in the same key, all the notes and chords all over the fingerboard. So it's a lot of work to know the neck like that. Okay. That's what I actually do. So let's get back to chord melody. And guys, I appreciate you watching. And if you're enjoying this practice session, I'm gonna make a little chat here. You could actually I'm gonna put something right here. Venmo. If you could, give a donation if you want to me at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, which is right here. If I can put this up correctly, I'm going to set this on a comment. Okay. So you can actually do that if you want. Everybody. I don't know how you make a comment on TikTok when I'm actually doing something, but anyway. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Oh, I can't share this right now. But anyway, on TikTok, if you want to give it a donation or more, you can do this on my. You can give me a donation at PayPal, or gift me on actually on TikTok, so you can go to Venmo or Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff, and also on YouTube if you like. Okay, thank you. So let me see. That's all Ron Jackson Music, so on YouTube too. Okay, all those. So if you know for helping me out during the pandemic and stuff. So anyway, so let's continue. So I'm working on this song right now due to the chord melody called "A Fine Romance." So there's so many ways to play the chords like this, okay, and the melody. So I'm going to harmonize this melody now as a chord melody. I've never done this before in this song, so I'm kind of doing it by sight. So it goes like this: 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's me basically harmonizing the chord melody right now. And if you have any questions about how you do that, that's great. So right now I'm going to play the second ending, which is this. I'm going to sight read this. Okay. You can look up this song. I don't even know this song, but you know, thank you, Live Action Brandon, if you for liking my short mini lessons. Okay, those are actually from my TikTok, and thank you TikTok for following me. I just got to 25,000 on TikTok, so I'm celebrating. Also on YouTube, I have about almost over 11,000 followers, and I got another 1,000 this week. I went over 10,000 actually at the beginning of the week. So thank you, everybody. So this is the last 8 bars. So I'm sight reading this. This is kind of tricky. Nothing's easy to me. So I can play the last 8 bars of this. Goes like this. The melody goes like this. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So the chords go. That's the melody. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to add. Here's what the chords are to those last 8 bars. Just like this: C6, C7. Then goes F major 7. Then A7 with the E in the bass. D minor 7. D sharp diminished 7. E minor 7. D flat 7. D6. D minor 6. G7. Then C6. You can play it like this. So the chords and the melody together like this will sound like this, guys. Watch this. So here's what's gonna happen. So that's the whole song, chord melody, A Fine Romance. Let me play the whole song as a chord melody. So this is a song I've never played chord melody or hardly ever played the song. I don't think I might have read through this one time. I'm going to play this through as a chord melody piece now. Okay. And I'll answer some of your questions after. Okay. I'll go through and, answer them for you. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and play A Fine Romance. You can look that song up. Chord melody that I just learned right now for you guys to play. Ready? Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Almost perfect. I'll play a little different now. second ending. So that's the first time I ever played this song as a chord melody, and I'm doing it from sight. You know, it's not perfect, I don't think, the way I could play it better. I could play it maybe this better. So like the second ending, I'm kind of sight reading still. I can go. I'm trying to use the chords that are written. Okay, so I was just doing chord melody, and I'm just actually just trying to show you how you guys can learn chord melody. Let me take a few questions now. Oh, love the online lessons, Ron. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jeff Brooks. And let me see. Let me say hi to some of my friends on TikTok. Do you have any tips on how to learn scales faster? Learn scales faster. Well, you have to kind of like use your scales as best you can on chords and learn the chord scales. That's what I would suggest. So, like I'm saying, let's say I'm playing a A flat 7 chord. You should know the scale for an A flat 7. It's an A flat dominant scale or mixolydian. So you just go. So it's actually a major scale. You should know your major scales first. All over the neck, every possible thing. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of doing like kind of too fast, but so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I know it a little bit. And what happens too is you got to know basic theory, everybody. So when I'm actually playing, I'm actually doing basic. I know all my key signatures. You have to know, you have to know the staff. You have to know the keys you're in. So if I'm in the key of A flat, I know there's 4 flats. Now this takes a long time to learn because I learned this from memory. So I mean I know all my flats and sharps. So if I'm in the key of B, I know that's the most sharps, and you have to know the order of the sharps and flats. Okay. So like the order of sharps and flats in the is like I remember it's a formula: F, C sharp, G sharp, A, etc. When I have this formula, it says Fred chases girls down at Eddie's bar. So those are all the sharps, and all the flats are beat cuff, for example. Those are shortcuts. But I know automatically when I'm reading the music how many sharps the key of B gets. That's the most sharps. I'm sorry. The key of B has 5 sharps. I'm sorry about that. The key of C sharp has the most sharps. I'm sorry. C sharp has the most sharps. Actually, I'm sorry about that. And then the key of C flat has the most flats, etc. So you have to memorize all that and be able to change all the keys. It's really it's all theoretical. But I mean, when you're playing guitar or any instrument, you don't really have time to say what the sharps and flats are. You just got to be able to play actually. So I'm not thinking about that when I'm actually playing. But if I'm reading, I have to think about it because I have to find the right notes if you're sight reading, okay? So it's very important to get that together. Let me answer some questions here. So that's how you get better at scales and learn scales faster, actually. If there's any other questions, please send them to me. I'm going live on TikTok too as well because I don't go live enough for you guys. Okay, someone's asking me, Ron, how does someone approach jazz chords when starting to learn jazz guitar? Well, you have to know all your basics, everybody, when you're playing chords. So I was just doing chord melody, but to do chord melody, you have to know all your chord shapes, okay? So there are 4 basic chord shapes, everybody. There's the major, the minor. So I'm going to do it here because it's a little easier. And there's the major shape, C, E, G, then the minor, diminished, and augmented. Okay, so that's C, E, G, C, E flat, G, C, E flat, G flat, and C, E, G sharp. So those chord shapes make up the foundation of all these altered chords and flat nine chords and all that. You have to really know your basic triads, though, because they're stacked up on top of each other, actually, these triads in different chords. So you have to kind of be able to figure these out all over the neck. And you have to see it on the neck easily. So I know I can see easily, like, I know I can change that note there. Or if I'm doing it here. You have to be able to change major to minor really easily. See how I'm changing the major to minor? It depends on the neck and what key you're in. So I'm changing C major to C minor all over the neck like this. You have to know all your inversions as well. On major, for example, just all your inversions like this on same string. See how I'm doing that? I have exercises like this actually on my website, okay, everybody? If you go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I have lessons on my website that I sell for $1.99 on all the inversions and scales and everything. They're all written out in the right order. And, they're really cool. Oh, yeah, someone's asking for a request. Can you play I Remember Clifford? I don't know that by heart, but I could play a little bit as chord melody because this is a chord melody class. H-I-J-K. So let me see if I have it in here. I think it's in this book. I hope so. I Remember Clifford. Maybe not. Someone's asking for a request, and I don't know if it's in this book like this. I Remember April. It might not be in this book, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I do. So I'm going to play this for somebody a little bit. So, we're going to pull out my 7-string now, just for fun. Maybe take me a second to set up. So I'm going to pull out my 7-string guitar. So this is an impromptu session about chord melody. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to take out my 7-string guitar right now, which is this one. Let me unplug this for a second. Actually, let me plug this in. Take my 7-string out so I can play for you. So you know what? I'm also transmitting on YouTube because, I have a lot of followers on YouTube, but I need more views, and I need to I need to get longer videos. So I'm doing lives now, and that's helping my viewership. And people love my live online like practice sessions like this, and checking out what I do. And I appreciate you guys for following me and being into what I'm doing. And please do me a favor if you like what I'm doing. I have a new album out that came out about a year ago, and I have a new one coming out soon. Please pick one up. It's Ron Jackson Music Standards and Other Songs. It's a great record, and I'll be coming out with a record. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and check out my music. And please follow me if you're not following me right now on YouTube, etc. Yeah. Thank you, Lemmy Brazzi, for so much for your assurance. You're welcome. So I'm gonna do this little request from I can't see his name. I Remember Clifford, and if you guys enjoy what I'm doing, please send me a donation at Ron Jackson Music on PayPal everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, everybody. That's okay. The same as my page on YouTube. So let me play a little bit of I Remember Clifford. So let me make sure I'm tuned. So remember, it's important to be tuned. So let me do that real quick. Now, if you have any questions about the 7-string, let me know too. So I'm going to do a little bit of this song right now. Yeah, so that was actually, I remember Clifford. That's a great song. I'm going to turn the highs down on this a little bit. There's too many highs on this. I was checking that out. So that was a request, and thank you for asking that. Uh, I don't know who that, I couldn't read what they were saying, but thank you everybody for watching. What's the way, now someone's asking me, what's the fastest way? Are you looking at staff notes or tabs? So everybody, this is a question from Machine Daddy. Machine Daddy? No, I'm not. I'm reading notes. I don't, you know what? I know how to use tabs, but I'm a notation guy. And you should know how to read notation, everybody, actually, on the guitar. But most people, you know, they don't take the time to learn how to read on the guitar because it's really hard to read on the guitar. So, no, I'm not using tabs at all. I know, you know, I write for a magazine, actually, acoustic guitar. Let me show you something. So I write for this magazine, acoustic guitar magazine. You see this? I have a new article out, guys. You can check it out if you want. You're welcome, Machine Daddy. And look, so when I read an article for acoustic guitar magazine, since most guitar players can't read notes, I have to write tabs for you guys too. And I know, I mean, and, you know, it's actually helpful for certain things like, so here's my new article right now. It's called Chord Calisthenics. It's about the harmonic and melodic minor. It's the latest issue of acoustic guitar if you want to pick it up. You know, it's a great, you know, it's a great magazine. I've been working for them for like about 7-8 years now. This is, you know, you see how the music is written out? The music is written out with tabs and notes. Now, I think the tabs are really important to be able to tell you how to play this. But I know how to read this. I can read it different ways since I can read on the guitar. So that's what I actually do. Okay, so so what, you know what I do? If I'm reading, like I remember Clifford, I played this before. This is the song I just played for you guys, and I did chord melody. But I'm basically sight reading this. I mean, you know, not sight reading, but I've read this before, but I don't know this song by heart, so I have to kind of look at it. If I have a request, and if I happen to have the music, I can read it and play from you, and kind of do chord melody. It's kind of hard to do it perfect on the spot, but I try the best I can. So that's how you get your stuff together. You know, I'm a professional musician, so sometimes people ask me to do this on gigs, and I have to be able to do it. So, I mean, you should be able to do chord melody like that in general because it's really good to be able to do this stuff. But you should learn how to read. But it takes a lot of time to do this. I used to practice 8 hours, 8 hours a day, and you know, it's not easy. So let me ask you some question here. tabs aren't good for Yeah, so someone's saying tabs aren't good for sight reading, but I feel like they are. They give you more info on technique. So tabs are good to tell you how to play the phrase, but the problem with tabs is you have to know the song to be able to play tabs. If I put some music in front of you with tabs and you don't know what the song sounds like, it's just a bunch of notes that are written out. So that's the problem with tabs. With reading music, you don't even have to know what the song is. You could just read it. And, if you're a good reader, you can play the song without the tabs. The tabs don't tell you what the rhythms are. I mean, it'll be written below, like sometimes it'll be written below the music, but if you have just pure tabs, there's no rhythms. And, if you don't know how to count rhythms, how are you going to play the song in time? So that's the problem with tabs. Tabs are cool though, because I mean, if I want to show somebody how to play something, I can write it out the way I want him to play it on the tabs, but they have to be able to hear it. So that's the problem with tabs. It's a great question, but guitar players are the worst readers. I have this joke on TikTok and on Instagram that's called "Put some music in front of." How you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some music in front of them. That's how. From playing. Excuse me. So that's the problem. Is you gotta have your stuff together when you're reading on the guitar, and it's hard. I mean, I'm a good reader, and I still think it's hard. I have to practice this stuff all the time. So let me see. There's a lot of questions here. So let me see. Came from TikTok. Hey, okay, Carmen. What's the fastest way to learn arpeggios for jazz soloing? So you know what? Okay, someone's asking me about jazz soloing arpeggios. So let me do something here. So you should be able to arpeggiate any kind of progression, any kind of chord. So when I was doing this song, I remember Clifford, has all kinds of arpeggio things like this: E flat major 7, G7. So if I'm playing through this, you should be able to arpeggiate major triads. So I'm doing a 7 string. So I'm just doing basic E flat major triad. Now this chord is actually E flat major 7, so you have to be able to do that. Those are basic things you have to know about soloing. So I'm doing a major 7, and I mean now if I'm going through a song, I should be able to arpeggiate every chord. So the first chord is E flat major 7, G7, A flat major 7, A diminished, B dominant, B dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. Now C minor 7, then go C minor 7 with the B flat and the bass, which is the third inversion. And then it goes to A minor 7 flat 5. Now I'm doing it at 1 octave. But you should be able to play it everywhere like this. You know how long it took me to learn just to do that? It took me years, actually. So it's not easy to be able just to do the arpeggio. I'm just doing like the basic arpeggio, seventh arpeggio, seventh chords. I'm playing through this song right now in front of you guys. Just arpeggio, okay? And the seventh arpeggio is exactly the way the chord is written. Okay, well, I remember Clifford. So if you find that in like a real book or one of these stolen real books you have on the computer, you can do that. And that's a real basic skill you have to learn. Hey, random user. Random user says, I'm pure class. Thank you. I need to go to class, actually. I'm pure class. I need to go to class. But if you're enjoying this, please definitely, please send me a donation of $1 or more if you can afford it at Ron Jackson Music and PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App if you can. Ron Jackson Music. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. If you're learning some new stuff and I'm helping you out, I appreciate the donation. Also, just so you know, go to my website and I sell a lot of lessons like this at ronjacksonmusic.com. Of course, follow me here, Ron Jackson Music on YouTube. It's everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I can't think of anything else. So let me see. Let me look at some other questions here. How do you understand and memorize the modes? Practice, guys. You have to be able to use the modes. If I'm playing through a song like I'm playing through this song right now, I know that this is E flat major. E flat major 7 takes an Ionian mode, or the major scale. Then when it goes to G7, diminish. Diminish. So I'm playing through those chords I played earlier, just a few minutes ago, playing the scales through them now. You have to be able to play through the scales. So what I'm doing is I'm playing through these chords right now as scales too as well. So I mean, you know what? Some of these scales I wouldn't use really when I'm soloing. So, but you have to be able to know the scale, the basic scale. I use a lot of different scales on chords in general because I'm a jazz musician. So we reharmonize a lot. So we're actually putting extra scales in there that are that are more interesting than what are written. Like if I play over like a G7, so that's actually a G7 in this key. This is a G7 flat, a sharp 5. So I'll play like I'll play what you call an altered scale. Leading, then diminish. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically playing. I'm just running up the scales. I'm not playing anything fancy. It sounds like I'm playing some fast stuff. I am, but I'm just running through them so I can get through the scale. But when I'm soloing, I'll use different patterns and stuff. I'll use lines, what we call in jazz. So if I'm taking a solo, I'm using lines now in my solo. So I'm just basically playing lines through the chords now. As a solo, as a jazz musician, we don't really play scales. You learn scales in the beginning to be able to get through the changes and arpeggios, but you actually learn how to play lines. Now, lines are the language of jazz, actually. So, that's what you do in jazz. You learn lines. So let me see. How do you learn advanced jazz? Do you need theory or do you need to become a successful musician? Hey, Monty. That's from Divine on Crack. The best way to learn jazz is learn tunes, everybody. So you have to learn tunes, and you have to, learn solos from the greats. If you're a guitar player, learn from Wes Montgomery, Charlie Christian, all the modern cats too, John Scofield, whoever. Just learn their solos, okay? Learn their solos and learn the theory and the harmony and the chords. But the language is actually in the music itself, so you have to learn tunes, okay? So that's why I've been doing this for a long time. So that's what that's what it really takes. And you got to play with people, and you got to jam with people to get to. It's all trial and error too when you're taking solos. So it's very important to get all this stuff together. It takes a long time to get this together. So let me see. Do you need any simple jazz songs? Yeah. So you know what, guys? There's some of these questions are already are videos that are posted. Someone's asking me, Divine on Crack, is you need simple jazz songs that sound great? Yeah. Yeah. So you just learn the basic jazz songs first. I have some videos already on YouTube and on TikTok about what songs to learn, basic ones. I mean, I do like 5 at a time, but everybody's saying, but I'll do these other songs. Sure. I only have 1 minute to put a short. So, but there's like tons of songs that are standards. You should learn the basic, simple ones first. Then eventually you add your repertoire. Let me see some of these questions here. I never say never. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. Okay. Arpeggios. This makes my brain seriously hurt. Yes, everybody, my brain hurts right now. Lots of luck. I ain't good enough for all this. Everybody, you can be good enough if you practice. Remember, all this stuff. And you know what's very important? I teach too. I forgot to tell you guys, since I'm doing a live and I have to advertise myself. I have a Patreon account where you can get these lessons like this for $3 and up at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And you need to study with somebody. I forgot to tell you. So if you want to study with me, you can contact me. You can find me everywhere. Go to my link tree that I have on YouTube. If you go to my Patreon, I have a lot of these lessons up there too. And you need to study with somebody because it's hard to learn without somebody telling you something. But a lot of people go on YouTube and TikTok for free lessons, but free lessons only take you so far. Because I have a lot of students who go on YouTube and TikTok on my pages, and they end up studying with me because they can't do it by themselves because they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to judge yourself. I take lessons. I'm taking lessons right now, just so you know. I'm taking lessons with a drummer because I have to work on my rhythm. So I take lessons with this drummer who's actually a great drummer. He has a great TikTok page. He got 1 million views on one of his videos actually recently, over 1 million. And it's called the Drummer's Almanac. He's Jay Finishow. He's a great drummer, and he has a lot of subscribers on YouTube. But I take lessons on rhythm with him. So this all kind of you need to study. I've studied with a lot of great guitar players: Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar, Bucky Pizzarelli. That's why I play 7-string guitar. I've hung out with George Benson. He showed me a lot of stuff about his playing. You got to study with people. You can't just do this by yourself. It doesn't help. So let me see. Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I'm inspired by you. So everybody, I'm going to be ending soon because I've been up for about an hour, I think now. Oh, 47 minutes. So please follow me. I went over a chord melody with you, and it's good to explain these things to you. I appreciate you guys watching me. And again, please share these videos to everybody. Please share my page. Please follow me everywhere. There's a playback. I don't know if I can put a playback on TikTok for my lives. They don't let you do that, but you can watch the same thing, everybody, on TikTok, on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music. When we went over today, you can watch that back. And I'm trying to put more views on YouTube because I need more hours for my YouTube channel. And they don't let you do with short form videos on YouTube. Just so you guys know that if you're trying to develop your YouTube channel, you need to do a lot of things. Hold on. Let me ask a couple more questions because I got to eat dinner soon, and it's late in New York here. So what was going to say? Okay. Hey, it's Beatrice. I'm with Beatrice Bakari and Eugenia Silva. They're sending you saludos. Who's this? Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen those guys in years. You know what, guys? Let's keep in touch. Send me a message or something. There's some people I haven't seen in years. They're watching me right now live on YouTube. Hold on. Let me see. There's some more messages here. I'm trying to get everybody, trying to spread the love here. So everybody, I'm going to be leaving in a second. I might play you one more song. And then, again, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please donate $1 or more here to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, just for you guys. It's all right here. Okay. If you'd like to donate $1 or more and you learned a lot today. Okay. And I appreciate you guys, to support me during these rough times, if I answered your questions. Someone just said, I don't like tabs or sheet music. I'm like learning so just so you guys know, I read music and I do tabs, but I also, of course, I know how to learn things by ear. So I'm good at writing things down and playing them back, all kinds of stuff. You have to have all those skills if you want to play guitar or any instrument. You should have to be able to have good ears. You have to be able to read and look at music. So I know how to do all that stuff. And that's how I started playing guitar. I started doing things by ear as a kid, and learning songs. So you have to actually do that to be a good musician. You have to have all those skills to be a professional musician. So sometimes I used to be in this band in New York, and we used to do this Sunday brunch, like a gospel brunch. And I'd go up, we do all these fancy arrangements, and the guy would there was no music. He would just count the song off, 1, 2, and there was no music. I had to learn this. I had to just find the notes and play through the whole gig, 4-hour long gig. And they paid no money, not hardly any money. And I was at the Cotton Club in New York. It was a gospel brunch, and I had to learn all these tunes with no sheet music, complicated tunes. It was just weird. But so I'm used to doing that. So you have to be able to have all those skills when you're actually playing. So anyway, guys, let me play you one more song before I get off. And thank you very much. I'm going to do another live session soon. Let me see if I can. What am I going to play here? I'm going to try to think of something. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Some more comments here before I get out. And oh wow, there's so many questions I can't answer them. But I see you use hybrid picking. Yeah, I use hybrid picking. Everybody, we'll do it like I'll do a live practice session about hybrid picking and all kinds of picking styles next time. But this was mostly about chord melody today, and I'm using 7-string guitar. But I use all styles of picking: finger picking, hybrid picking, economy picking, alternate picking. I do all the picking, finger picking, and finger licking good at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So, thank you everybody for watching. So keep in touch. Again, I'll put my website on the comments. There's sheet music there and all kinds of stuff. It's ronjacksonmusic.com. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everybody. Okay. And just so you know, and if you enjoyed this, you could I'll put this up right now too. And I'm putting these notes here. It's Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, just direct message me. you can find me on YouTube. On my link tree is Ron Jackson Music. And if you want to take lessons or you have any questions or anything, buy my CDs or whatever. It's all there. You can find it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Please keep in touch. Join my mailing list on my website, whatever. And thank you guys for watching. And you can watch the playback after this. I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay. I'm going to end the videos right now on TikTok. I'm ending the video and I'm ending now on YouTube. Thanks. Ron Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So. Hey, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. It's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions from people today about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. The correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Dionysios. Where do you live, Dionysios? In Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier, solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser, and then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th stream. Okay, cool. Hey, guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the six down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want. You know. So I'm gonna put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking, soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay. And this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. You know, only for unlisted. So oh, so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery. Sorry, Demixi. Okay. Has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so guys can see better, because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, okay, I'm going to go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now the 5/7 chord of the key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay? Now, the 3 and 7 are the actually the tritone in that chord, okay? We call that the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7 chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence, okay? Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3, okay? And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C, okay? That becomes the third instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's a third of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, that's the flat 7 of the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I did a G7 to a C, sorry, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay, so the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you can use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use on let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on this G7 is a mixed Lydian or dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So the chord tones are 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the Lydian, to play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah, so sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching. But I'm actually, I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed one day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my students here. So I want to ask a question about how would you do arpeggios in a song like on Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here listening, watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play the melody. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio working on the song, I would go like this. You can go like this. You can first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. Every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. Every possible way. You can play through the changes just like that, okay? And then, play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but depends how you play them, okay? A triad can be played like this or like this. So you could do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are seventh chords. So you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do seventh chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on a guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use seventh chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on one string. Oh, sorry. See how many ways I played that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant steps for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. And there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, Mr. Pass, could you play giant steps? And like Mr. Joe Pass said, you know what? I'm not here to prove anything. I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh, yeah. So Dionysios. Oh, yeah. So you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So we're in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. That means like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then as everywhere. So I just basically played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guests. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, so someone asked me to play some giant steps for us. Let me play a little bit. So you can do that way. So that's a little giant steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So, okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody, or giant steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually, you're gonna have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I'm not. I would actually do things. I would do more than just the arpeggio. I would go maybe. I could actually do half steps. Well, now what happens is I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note, so I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what we have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is actually I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole steps. So now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale, and I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2-5 lick we call it. This is a 2-5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing, there's a lot of these licks called a 2-5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2-5 lick that I have worked out in my solo. And I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in, actually, and just fit them in. It's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen. And Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I asked her Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? So when you're transcribing, what you do, for a person, first pick a song that, that might have some music so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to, one of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, I'm using my computer, unfortunately, today, but I would try to show you. Let me get my phone here. Let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's pick a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing using my guitar. So John Coltrane. I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy, but let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say. So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. So it's in B flat, E flat. You got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and so that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start the beginning of this. Okay, so he doesn't look like. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note, so I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. You know, I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes, but this is like a lot of practice actually learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice. And I need to do this stuff still too and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, but you have to. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys. Sorry. And one former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player. Just so you know, I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York. Okay, so David, just so you know, so let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal, but I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. I played up there with Jay's Blood Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, is slowing down cheating? No. Because if what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast. So it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down, at the pitch, everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and actually, and not even notice that, not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that. Now, hey Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say we take let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6, 7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards, etc. You know what I mean? And then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now you can do this in any mode. And then you can do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below, or half step above, or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. I'm starting with the first note only, and I'm doing thirds instead. Now I'm just going up, just 1 note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you could do so many different things with your imagination too. You just don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, 6, 7s, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole sets. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on 1 string, between this note and this note it's actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. And I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying, nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually Eastman TV T49D/V Amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my. I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, and you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store actually. And so let me see this. Let me see if there's any question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody, and let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like it's this is similar to an ES 175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. This any other questions that you want to Maurice Williams wrote Little Darling. Oh wow, staying with okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asked, can you explain the 2-5 and what the meaning behind it? Okay, so the 2-5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the one chord, or the one chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7 to the 5-7. In this case, so it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay, so this is called the 2-5 right here because that's the in the scale it's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key, 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2-5s are very common chords because they can resolve back to their 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2-5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2-5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and... Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2-5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2-5 licks. Now, 2-5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2-5 chord progressions in them. Let's say this. I mean, like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2-5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. It's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2-5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So I'm just doing a bunch of 2-5 licks through that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2-5 is. So, okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah, so let me take a little sip of my coffee. So, what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually, this guitar, can't really take heavy strings. So I have 12s on here. It depends on the guitar. I have my 7-string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7 string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, I'm used to playing. I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me, and I have my action has to be a little bit higher because guitars aren't meant to be played with low action actually and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. My guitar teacher, one of my guitar teachers, one of my mentors, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Elvin Sparks, he suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings. You don't, because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay. So it's important to, be able to do that, to be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play take 5. Oh yeah. Okay. I haven't played that in a long time. Now the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh yeah, these are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan. And these come stock on here, but I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement, and I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think. And these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them. But they're great pickups, okay? Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping, before I forget. Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm going to write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. That have that have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, I'm using a low A, so because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and all the basic open string chords like this, like a C with a low C, A minor. Now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7ths, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7th string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a C F chord, and I want to play like a low note, like a I could do little things like that. Put the inversions on the 7th string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7th string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. finger picking is really good. Let's say, well, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or you could, or this angle, like more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so, especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. So then when I do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. Little exercises. I'm using my 7th string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, there's all kinds of exercises in these classical books. Different. I mean, so you have to practice these exercises and then learn how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with finger picking. And you can do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7-string. So if you want to learn about 7-string, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. And all kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. That are in there too. Like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. Now let me see. The man string. Yep. Yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me, well, Biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now, let me see. Someone just asked me, D. Nessus said, have you played 13? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here. So the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are jazz tapes. You see they're 13, and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir These are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too. And I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now, the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top, the man string. and these are pretty thick strings, but this is what George uses. You know, that's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. You know, and so these are 14 to 55 flat wounds, nickel flat wound. It says they're great strings. You know, but I use them on. That's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it. But I use primarily a 7th string like this. So so those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Alon. For that's what this is workshop's about. You know, if you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. Yeah, so this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you get lessons like that. For $3 a month, you get like one lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And here's the thing: some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website, and it's sold as sheet music for a couple of dollars. If you want to pick up those things, it's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end. Okay. Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So that's a little bit of blues. Now, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh, sure. So you could do things like that. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the. So I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you can go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down, etc. So that's the type of sweeping lick you can do. What do you think of John Mayer? Uh, my first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Oh, okay, that's great to know, Duryev. So, can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. I can play a lot of stuff, but I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. And if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. To my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. We're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music. So you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7th string. This should be interesting. 7th string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal. At Ron Jackson Music, and remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon, and you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this is a great record. It had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. So please follow me. Everything's on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. No, a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow, thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. He was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record. And that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called To Mr. Evans. And that song, I've got a, if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song, and it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So we could talk more about that later, but that's a great question. Do you, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions, and I don't know if I got to everybody, but I tried to get to everybody as possibly can. So, thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yeah, yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now. And again, thank you. Thanks for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over. And and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it. And I appreciate you guys. And and I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do, and I feel like I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody, and so you can look on the link here. Miss Biker Chick just put up like my my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also, always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and 2 and 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places. Okay, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. We were burning so much the music was flying around. Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. So everybody asks me, how do you do chord melody? For example, there's so many ways to do chord melody. The most important thing to know is how the melody works against the chords. So the song I just played for you was called Love Walked In, and the melody is basically chord tones or arpeggio notes. So all I did was arpeggiate the chord. So that's one technique of chord melody in jazz, arpeggios. Wow. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson on YouTube. I'm doing like an impromptu video on how to practice and how I practice. You can see me practice and how I warm up, what I usually do. Trying to get the background good. I'm gonna go live now also on TikTok and on Instagram. So everybody, just so you know, I wanted to go live when I'm practicing a little bit, so you can see how I actually practice and what I do. Now, what's interesting is if you have any questions, please let me know. This is kind of an interesting live that I'm doing because I usually do lives, and I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just performing for you, but you never see me practicing or doing something. What normal people do when they're at home, like just playing, trying to learn new things. When I'm practicing, actually, and everybody should know this, I'm always I'm trying to make sure I practice things I don't know how to do at all. I play. This is a 7-string guitar, okay, and what's happening is I'm still learning how to use the 7th string, which is the lowest string here, okay. So the 7th string is like really, to add it to my playing and my soloing is a whole different world. So that's one thing I like to practice when I start warming up. Trying to incorporate it in arpeggios. So this is like a practice session. Me practicing, actually. I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was trying to touch it early. I got up like around 9:30. I was doing all kinds of business and whatever. That's what happens when you're a musician. So, I wanted to do something really different for a live stream for once. And I'm actually streaming to 3 different places, everybody. I'm streaming to my TikTok fans, YouTube, and Instagram. And I have a lot of fans on everything now. I just got past 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that, you guys. On YouTube, I'm going to be doing longer videos. This is going to be a longer video, so you can watch the playback about this. And if you have any questions, please send me some questions. Okay. Can you play Minor Swing by Django Reinhardt? Already someone asked me a question. Could you do the hardest skill you know? See, that's some TikTok people for me. That's pretty funny. So when I start warming up first, guys, everybody, I usually practice with a metronome a lot, and I've been taking drum lessons recently to help my timing. I have, my metronome is actually on my phone right now, and I don't have an old one. So I'll usually warm up and do a little tremolo like this with my pick. You see that? Just get warmed up. My arms are kind of stiff right now, believe it or not. So I'll do the tremolo warm up with the dynamics. Play it soft, loud, fast as possible. This is a warm up. Because remember, this is my practice session. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Someone say, yo, can I play the hardest scale I know? Ooh. Do I know any hard scales? All the scales are hard, I think. So this is just warming up my right hand, my picking hand, everybody. Now I'm playing the 7th string. Now you notice I'm actually going to be, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is like a sideways kind of picking, like this. If you look carefully, my pick is not straight, so I'm going like this. So when I'm playing, you can only do that on flat wound strings. So my guitar has flat wound strings, my 7th string, okay? All 6 strings except for the low A. I tune to low A's. E, A, D, G, B, E. And it's a low A. So there is a wound string. So I can't go sideways on that when I'm picking. I have to go straight. So I have to adjust. You hear the difference? You hear the difference? So there's a lot of questions you guys are asking already. Can't see my pick? Here it is. I use different kinds of picks, everybody, just so you know. I have these Jim Dunlop picks. Also, I use these Pick World picks. They're like this, so you can see that. Okay? They're kind of cool. They're made out of Delrin as well. Different kind of Delrin. It's a little heavier than I'm used to, but these are pretty heavy picks, actually. These are really good. When I'm warming up, so that's one warm-up I do. The tremolo warm-up. And I actually have on my TikTok for people on TikTok. And actually on, it's also on my Instagram and my YouTube. That's one warm-up I do. And then I do this exercise I learned from Steve Vai. Like when he was in college, he used to write for Berkeley, for Guitar Player magazine. When I was in college, I stole this warm-up. So it's with your left hand. So I'm just practicing. I'm warming up and practicing for you guys. This is just a warm-up. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise. But what happens is I'll do it on the 7th string because I have my 7th string because I want to practice the 7th string as much as possible. I'll go, and then I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, 1. Then switch it 3, 4, 1, 2. Then 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's the pattern I'm doing to warm up. Now, I mean, you have to do this slow to get used to it first. Oh. I learned this from Steve Vai. He's a great guitar player, that guy. Now, you see, when I place my fingers, I keep them close. I'm warming up, and I'm practicing for you guys today, just so you see how I practice. See, I'm going up the 7th string. So that's a good warm up. Remember to practice slow. Use a metronome. I don't have a metronome right now because I'm actually it's on my phone actually and on my computer. I'm using 3 devices to stream to right now: TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So please follow me if you don't already. Actually, just in case. Okay. So let me see. I'm just going to see if I can answer a couple of questions here. Someone was asking me what kind of guitar is this. This is an Eastman. I can never remember the name. It's an Eastman 7 string. It's an AR 810 CE 7 string, okay? And if you want to get the 7 string and study with me, please, let me know, and I'll do that for you. Now, this is really an impromptu, how I practice kind of workshop. Let me see if I can answer a question. Are there any neo-jazz guitar players that you hold high respect? Who's that guy? I got to think about some neo-soul guitar players. This is guy, what's his name? Sparky or something. Anyway, one of those guys is great. A lot of those guys are great. So, hello from Cincinnati. Hey, Cincinnati. That's great. I just did an interview with the great Dan Wilson from Akron over there, on my Sunday evening jazz. Someone was asking about giant steps. We'll get to that stuff later, maybe. I'm just warming up, so I'm practicing. So that's an exercise I do that I actually do. Remember, when you practice, always practice things you cannot do. So this is a warm up. This is actually a warm up that I can do, but it's not easy because I have to think about it. Plus, I'm playing 7th string. The 7th string I'm not as good with as the 6th string. But so I'm going to go backwards this time. So this other warm up, when I warm up for practicing, I haven't touched the guitar all day. It's going 4, 2, 3, 1. And what I do is you place all your fingers down like that. Then I'm going to switch 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4. Then 1, 3. I want 1, 4, 3, 2. Wow. So it's like this. Then I go up the neck. Then I keep going up the neck like that. It's a great warm up. So what I'm doing is it's kind of hard to talk and play and concentrate, but that's a good warm up for me to do. I do slow. Oh, whoops. Etc. Okay, that's a really great warm up. So this is something I learned from Steve Vai, the amazing guitar player that did everything with Frank Zappa up to wherever. So that's a great warm up. So remember, I'm practicing things as a warm up and things I can't do very easily. So another thing I've been working on recently, I've been working a lot. I learn a lot from my students. So what happens is a lot of times I'll be doing a workshop and they'll be asking me all these crazy questions like play giant steps or whatever. Let me see. Someone's asking me, is there guitar players that don't play jazz I respect? Oh, I just said Steve Vai, Frank Zappa, Eddie Van Halen. There's a lot of great guitar players I like. Okay, let me see what other questions there are here. I was trying not to make this a question and answer kind of thing, but there's all kinds of guitar players I love, man. That don't play jazz. Tons, all kinds of. Someone was talking about the guitar player from Avenged Sevenfold. What's his name? Some kind of weird name, but I checked him out. He's great. There's all kinds of great guitar players I like that aren't jazz. So anyway, another thing I like to do is I'm practicing scales right now. I use one of the things I like to do is I'm trying to learn 7th string. So I like to do like a lot of exercises that I can't do on the 7th string. Like I'm very good at doing arpeggios like this, 3 octaves. That's an E minor arpeggio. Okay, now that's out for a 6th string. But if I want to add the 7th string, I gotta go E, B, because I have a low A, so people don't know what I'm playing. So I'll add that note in there. So then if I'm going to play major, so I work a lot of like strange, arpeggios like that. They're not strange. These are just real basic things. And I'll transpose them. So I'll go up another half step, F minor. Like that. It's hard to practice in front of people, actually. So if I'm going to play that on 7th string, I got to go. Okay. And then, so I'm doing this from the root position of the 6th string. Now, when I'm playing the 7th string, it gets tricky. But then I'm trying to learn how to play the 5th position, or the 5th string root voicing for these. Well, actually, the chords for this. So what's really hard is, I learned this from one of my students years ago. I have all these exercises. See, I'm a kind of a bookworm, so I have all kinds of exercises that I use, like this. You see that? And this is like an arpeggio. These great arpeggios that I got from a student that he got from somebody years ago, and I've still been working on these things. And these are things I can't do. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Everybody's looking from over there on my computer's over there. So with YouTube. So these are things I can't do. Well, I can do some of these, but some of the arpeggios I can do are like this. Let me take my 6-string guitar now so you can see. So I practice the 6-string too. Some things I can't do on the 6-string. So I have another one. This is my other Eastman, and I use a different pick for this because I use heavy string. Okay. Someone said play some gypsy jazz. So I was just doing a little bit of a minor swing. So anyway, I was just messing around there. The 6-string is much easier to play than the 7-string, just so you know, because my strings here are much lighter. The 7-string, I have 12s on the top here, and I don't know what the low note is. These are all flat wounds, and my 7-string have 14 on top to a 79 on the low A string. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so what's happening is this. So when I'm doing those arpeggios, they're different on the 6-string now. So I'm doing the E minor arpeggio was like this. So that's kind of easy on the 6-string, okay? Because first I don't have that 7th string to get in my way when I play. So I'll be practicing these exercises like this, going up in half set. Go up in half set. Etc. Etc. I mean, you should do them slower than I'm doing. But the ones that I don't know as well, I'm still getting warmed up here, is the ones that go like this. So if I'm playing a C major arpeggio, starting on the 5th, so I'm going to add that note there, the 5th string root, but I'm going to have to go from the 5th to the 6th string to get the full arpeggio. With the low note, I would go. Now this is not a full. This is actually a full 2 octaves from the 5th note of the C arpeggio. Now there's a certain fingering that's written out in this book. You have to go like this. I'm going like this. So this is one I don't know as well. And the goal is to be able to play this in different keys. Oops. See, I don't know that. When you're practicing, it should not sound good, because that's what practice is all about. When you're playing, it should sound good, but when you're practicing, you're not. So I'm actually doing a practice session for you guys. So these are things I don't know how to do as well. So I'm doing a B arpeggio, but this B arpeggio is actually 3 octaves from the 5th. So this is the B, and the 5th is F sharp here. Okay, so when I'm playing that, I'm going. Okay, there's another octave. Another octave. So those are the octaves. So that's 3 octaves, okay, all together. And I'm doing that up and down the fingerboard. go. I went to B for a second. I'm in B flat now. Okay, now these exercises my student gave me a long time ago are in minor as well, so I'll be practicing that in minor. So I'll go like this. So I'm in C back to C minor. See, these are just things I practice that I don't know how to do, and you should be able to do that yourself. Let me see some of the questions here. Oh yeah, okay. Let me answer. Devontae. Oh, Devontae. I think I talked to him earlier. Someone on YouTube is watching my live stream right now. Can you teach us how to approach jazz reharmonization? Oh, okay. So this is like a practice warm up, but I have actually, guys. So just so you know, Jose, Leah, this is on YouTube. Jose, you can just go to my YouTube channel. I have a section about reharmonization there already. Okay. Do you know the 3-note per string scale? What do you prefer for major scale and others? K system or 3 NPS? What is 3 NPS? I don't know what that means, but let me see. I'm going to answer a question by Mefco 96. Now the 3-note per string scale, I guess, is something like this. Let's say I play a G major scale. Like you can do it that way. So G. And you know what's really good about that? So that's really kind of 3 notes per scale is actually for a scale is pretty easy. But when I'm playing major scales or any scale, when I'm especially when I'm improvising, and this is a practice session. I'm not even like doing any songs right now. I'm just doing scales, doing runs that I do when I practice. Now you could actually, you could play 3 notes per scale, but the most important thing about playing through a scale is this: you should be able to go play through the neck without getting lost. And one good exercise I like to use when I'm playing through chord changes is doing this thing called the continuous scale exercise, where like the chords are going through the whole song, but you can change your scale without stopping. So I don't know if I can. I don't have my backing track with me, but if I'm playing a song like if I'm playing like a song like "There Will Never Be Another You," if I'm playing this solo through it, I'll be going. So what I just basically did was I'm just playing through the song without stopping. It's like kind of an exercise to see that you actually know your scales. So when I'm playing through a song with a lot of chords, and when you're soloing too, you should be able to hear. People should be able to hear the chords through your solo. You should be able to outline the harmony somehow in your soloing. What I'm just basically doing, I'm just playing through the changes, all the kind of jazz lines I know. Okay, but it's a scale exercise. I would just go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is I'll never be. quarter notes. So there's all kinds of things you could do to play your scales and your major scales. But the fingering that he talked about, things like that. Do you practice bebop and bebop like phrasing? Of course, all the time. Uh, so I play mostly bebop guitar actually. So yeah, I practice mostly bebop phrasing. I have a lot of exercises. Actually, I put a post on YouTube about the bebop scale. There's quite a few posts, and I study it all the time. So one of the things I like to do too is I need to, I'm always learning new tunes. So one of the things I work on a lot is like fingerings for bebop melodies. So I mean, I try to experiment. Like I used to play Donna Lee like this, like this. Okay, and that fingering is not very good. I've been doing that fingering for years. So when I started doing it, I started changing the fingering on that. So I have to relearn the melody because you got to get it up to tempo. So one thing I like to do is, one thing I did, I just started going. Decided to do that fingering instead, just because it's easier to lay on the guitar. So when you're learning new melodies, whenever you're practicing, this is a practice session for you guys. I'm trying to be able to play things that I can't do, and execute them. My fingers are kind of cold today. I don't know why, but it's cold out here in New York today. So when I do something like that, I had to change the fingering from this to this. So it's hard to change a bebop melody like that and change the fingering because I used to play this for years. That's kind of an awkward fingering. So that way it's a little bit easier. Okay, just a little bit easier. So I have to relearn all this stuff and practice it. The most important thing about practice, everybody, just so you know, is that let me see if I can answer some questions too while we're going here. Is to practice every day, just a little bit. Now, I mean, it's like sometimes it's impossible. Like I for a while, I've been taking drum lessons. I was telling people earlier, and sometimes like I have no time to practice. Sometimes, I mean, it's kind of a drag, and I'm doing so much stuff online on social media, like on TikTok, all these videos. This takes a lot of time. So and answering questions, from my fans and everything, my followers, and it's hard to keep up with this. I need to keep up with my playing too. So sometimes I get really pissed and I have to practice, and I stop, say I got to practice today or practice for a couple hours. But the most important thing is if you're learning something new, you got to practice it every day so it becomes embedded in your mind. I've been teaching for years, and I know it works because I do it myself. If I'm learning some new music, I'm always learning only new stuff, only new stuff I can't do, things I can't do, things I haven't been able to do. Now, how do you value good melodic phrasing? And an earworm is my fave to compose. Ooh, so when I'm doing melodic phrasing, that's someone asked that on TikTok. You develop that after a while from a lot of jazz playing and playing in general. I tell my students is trial and error. So you got to play over tapes and all kinds of stuff. Play with bands, play with other people, record yourself. The recording never lies about your playing, and that's one important thing I like to tell people is like when you record yourself, it's very important. I mean, it's a really important aspect of learning how to sound better because when you hear a recording, it doesn't lie. Only person that lies to you about your playing is yourself, actually. So I know when I'm playing something wrong, and it's really weird. I'll be playing something like I'll be doing sometimes I'll be performing. I said I think I played terrible, but everybody says you sound great, man. I'm like, yeah, come on. So but then I listen back and I said, wow, it sounds actually pretty good because I'm a big, your biggest judge of playing is yourself. And if you listen to your recording, you'll hear everything that you don't want to hear. And so record as much as you can. Like I watch my video playbacks all the time, and I go, oh man, I messed that up. But these little mistakes. I mean, I'll be recording sometimes in recording sessions, and one time I made a little mistake, and I was like, oh, I don't like that. I changed that. No, the bass player, really great bass player, well-known bass player, said to me, that? He was like, that was like to him was nothing, but to me it was a big thing. It was like a little mistake. So I mean, you can get away with little mistakes. And when I'm recording and I do a record, I'm going to be doing a record at the end of the year. I'm going to be like, man, I'm going to fix this because I don't like the way I played. But for most people, they don't probably notice or care. So, but the thing is, the most important person to care is yourself. Okay, so let me see. There's some questions I want to ask. There's so many questions coming at me. How long have you been playing? I've been playing for years, man, since I was 11. Okay. I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day, just so you guys know. Okay, so that was like a lot of work. And I switched to 7-string, which I have over here. Not switched. I play 7-string as well, exclusively. Because I'm one of the few guitarists who plays 7-string in jazz. Since like 2011, 2012. That's when I started. I'm still learning it. So, what do you think of Barry Harris method? So, someone just asked me about Barry Harris. I used to attend his class on and off for 20 years. So I love his stuff. So I do a lot of my thinking is Barry Harris. So one of the things I worked on recently that I'm working on right now is double time lines. So I'm practicing things that I need to work on. This is a practice session supposed to be, but people are asking me a lot of questions. So I'm working on double time lines. Like I started writing a bunch of stuff out. It's actually on my computer. I gotta look at it. So I'll be going like, if I'm playing a 1, 2, 1, 6, 2, 5. Let's change the key to A flat. Remember to play all keys. So I'll go. So one of my students was asking me, man, can you write out some double time lines? So I have a Patreon account, just in case you guys don't know, and there you can actually what's the word? You can actually check out some of the music I write and stuff like that. But he asked me to start writing some lines out, so I started thinking, man, when I'm doing double time, you got to have this stuff really worked out. So like I had to go. So I'm just doing a double time line on 1, 6, 2, 5. So to write that out was really hard. I was just playing a double time line I was making up like from my arsenal of vocabulary. So I had to think of all kinds of lines. So basically, I'm just practicing some double time lines over a 1, 6, 2, 5. But I'm also doing a lot of reharmonization. I'll go 1, like A flat major 7 to F minor 7, to B flat minor 7 to E flat 7. Okay, and I'll change it to dominant to make it to F7 to B flat 7, and then E flat 7 to change the lineup. So, but the thing is, you have to have these lines kind of worked out if you want to do double time playing. So that's another thing I've been working on is when I'm practicing is figure out what lines I use to be able to do my double time lines. Because I take it for granted that I know how to play them. I got to show my students how to do that. And I want to show my students how to do that. So I'm starting to write some of these things off of my Patreon account. If you want to join that, it's at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And there, I'm starting to put all these kind of ideas and writing them down for my students to learn. And so another thing I like to do is I like to actually do a lot of stuff, learn stuff I don't know at all. So I use this book right here called the Jazz Theory book by Mark Levine. So there's a lot of concepts that I don't know about. Like first thing I like to work on is like I did an article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine actually that came out in the January-February issue. It was on the harmonic and melodic minor. No, I think that's out now actually. It's in the current issue. So the harmonic and melodic minor scale, the chord voicings, I know some of them, but I need to practice all the voicings still. So I'm always practicing things I don't know. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a harmonic minor. Okay, so that's an A harmonic minor. Now you got to figure out the chords for all that. So you got to be able to play that in thirds. I can play. People know I can play, and I want to show everybody how to play these things too. But if I'm playing, I got to figure out how I'm going to do that in thirds next. So you got to figure out what the chords are. So let's say I'm playing, this is A minor, this is B diminished, then C augmented, D minor, then this is an E chord, F, and then, F chord, then F sharp diminished. So you got to be able to play that. I mean, if you really want to know the skill, you got to really get into it. So I don't know this as well. So I'm practicing this stuff. Okay, so those are just the triads. Now you have to do the seventh chord. So I'll go. Oh, my guitar feedback. These are dominants for the chord. The first chord now is A minor major 7. You got to play it everywhere too. Then B minor 7 flat 5, and then C major 7 sharp 5. Now I just did an article about this. I still need to work on it. D minor 7, E7, F7. Oh, sorry, F major 7. Sorry, see, and then G sharp diminished. You go backwards. It's a great harmony. I use this scale a lot, but knowing all the harmony for this is a whole different world for me. Okay. Then I was doing the melodic minor too. So let's do a different key. Let's do F minor. See, I want to make sure I do different keys. I'll go across to D minor actually, so I can change this whole thing up. So these are things I actually practice. So you can do the melodic. Now we haven't gotten to the modes yet. So these are things I actually practice, and things I don't know. So I just start playing through all this stuff and making sure I learn all this stuff. Now let me see if I can answer a few more questions. I'm only going to go through this for like an hour. Then you can watch the playback about how I practice. Okay. So remember, practice things you cannot do. That's the most important thing about this section. Let me see. Let me see what my friends on TikTok. I've been ignoring you guys on TikTok. I'm sorry, I don't go live enough on TikTok. And I need to. I have a lot of followers up there. I have almost 25,000 followers. Now, let's see. How often do you use distortion? I use distortion sometimes. Actually, I have a bunch of pedals. So someone was asking that. Oh, you still blow my mind. Okay. I'm getting into ragtime. Is there any artists that you recommend? Ragtime. So someone's asking me about ragtime. So I play a little bit of everything on guitar. So I do a little bit of fingerstyle guitar playing. Like I used to be involved, into like Leo Cocky and Chet Atkins and all the guys. So I'll do things like. So this is one of my songs actually. When I play this on YouTube, I get flagged sometimes on my own stuff because it sounds exactly like the record. But that's just one of my old kind of ragtime songs. So I mean, I have different influences. I got to think about who. But over the years, I've been into fingerstyle guitar playing, and I use all kinds of styles of playing. So I'm going to do a video about that as far as using pick style. So because I've done a few articles on an acoustic guitar magazine about that too. So I do I do mostly pick style, but I do a lot of hybrid picking. Okay, and I do fingerstyle too completely, but I never use any nails. It's just too much work, or finger picks or anything like that. And actually, I have these slides that someone sent me, like finger slides that I gotta actually open up and do like a unboxing and review for my social media fans here. So that's a good question. Let me see. Hey, my student Amir is online. It says, "Nice surprise for lunch break." Yeah, I'm just doing an impromptu like a practice workshop. Like I never go live enough on TikTok and on YouTube, so it's great to do this. Now, someone's asking me about the Bear Harris. So I use the Bear Harris method all the time. Part of the Bear Harris method is actually that you should be using a lot of passing tones during your scales. That's what it's all about. and approach notes and rhythms, all bebop. So let's say we're playing. Let's go to a different key. Let's go to D flat. First, you gotta know your scales really well in every position, every key. Someone's asking me about 3-fingering scales. I never think about that, but I guess I do that sometimes. So it's easy to play just a major scale like that fast, but that's not musical to me. Or playing fast cannot be musical sometimes. It just sounds fast. So and I can play fast, but what does that mean? I usually play what I hear. So if I'm playing like bebop, like Barry Harris's method is like it's basically it's the bebop cats method, and I used to go to this class all the time. It's putting half sets between the whole notes. Now that doesn't mean a chromatic scale. So people say if you put a half set between all the whole notes, you can do a chromatic scale. No, because remember in the major scale you got to know that it's whole, half, whole, half. If you go up the neck, you'll see that. So if you're playing like a passing tone, you'll go like this. I'm going up, I'm passing to the second. So this note in between is not a tension, it's called a passing tone. Because it's off the beat. So if I'm counting, I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So what these passing tones do, it helps you create cool melodic lines. It also keeps the rhythm steady and even when you're playing eighth notes, particularly, which is like the basic rhythm for the most common rhythm for jazz actually is the eighth note. So I like to. I mean, but this is a whole class or whole lifetime of work to work on too. So that's the concept, and also doing approach notes. So if I'm playing a D flat major chord, to be able to do approach notes like approaching each chord step. This is a real basic one, the half step, and mixing up those approach notes with the half step. So what I just did was I mixed up the approach notes with passing tones, and there's like endless possibilities, and you can go up and down the scale. It's easier to ascend down the scale than go up a scale, just so you know, and even playing phrases up. So that's a good thing for people to know about. So these are things I'm always working on because I mean, there's so much to work on. It's like never ending, and whenever I pick up the guitar, I'm like, man, I play like crap. So so I have to practice. Now, if you start thinking you're a master, then you might as well just give up the guitar or any instrument that you're playing. Just you should always find something you cannot do. So that's what this was this whole live stream is about: practicing things I can't do. So there's another thing I like to do is like I like to read a lot, and I've been using a lot. I don't have where's that book at? I don't have it in front of me. I like to read like hard music, like I take these saxophone books and stuff and read through them, with the metronome. I've been trying to do this kind of stuff really, and counting. My drum teacher has me counting, tapping my foot like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, reading. And saying out loud 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E. And that's for 16th note stuff. For jazz, I'll go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then you have to play the rhythm or play the melodic line and still keep counting and tapping your foot. And then he has me tapping my foot on. This is the guy this is my friend Jay from the Drummer's Almanac. He's a great teacher. So if you want to check him out, his TikTok took off, and he has tons of followers on YouTube. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and he also, he does a lot of great things, and he's a great guy. So definitely check him out. So he also has me tapping my foot as eighth notes, like 1, 2. So I'm tapping my foot like this in eighth notes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E and so what I'm doing is eighth notes on my foot, 16 notes when I'm talking and playing whatever I'm playing. Then he has me doing exercise where I'm doing I'm doing the offbeat 1 and 2 and 3 and then saying 1E and 2E and 3. It's like really hard than playing. So these are really great exercises if you want to get into like your rhythm, because that's my most important thing that I need to work on. I think is my rhythm and timing. Especially when I'm recording with a click in the studio and stuff. It's like nailing it, on time or ahead or behind, whatever any kind of timing. So I'm starting to work on that with polyrhythms and all that kind of stuff. So let me see what else is this. Monty Craig. Hey Ron, who's this guy? Now, someone had you know what, Jimmy? Any advice about improvising on jazz blues? You know what I suggest is you should learn how to play over the changes of every chord scale. Like, so when I like one of my exercises I get students is I say I'm playing Afro blues. Oh, so I was in a different key. So what I did was I did the Barry Harris method, where I just did all dominant instead of all the minor 2/5s, etc. The minor, the 2/5s. I just did straight dominant for all the 2/5s. So that's a great approach. I actually have that on my YouTube as an exercise. Okay, so look at one of my YouTube videos, Jimmy, and you'll find that. Practice alternate tip picking. So someone's asking about alternate picking. I actually did that as a warm up today. I did. That's one good way of doing it. Also, just practice trying to play up, down, and up all the time if you want to do alternate picking. There's a lot of you know what? Actually, guys, I want to do some videos about some of the questions you have here. I'm going to try. Let me do a couple of things here. I'm going to screenshot a couple of these questions so I can actually answer them later on that's on actually on YouTube, because I need to answer some questions that students always ask. Remember, everybody, all the videos that you watch is not going to help your playing. You got to record yourself. You've got to actually play with other people. You've got to get a teacher. Videos can only take you so far. I have so many students who like watch videos, and they'll take lessons with me. Then they'll say, "Oh, I'm going to go on YouTube and start watching again." Then they come back and they say, "Man, it's great watching these YouTube videos, but I mean, I'm not learning anything, because when I play, I still can't play, or whatever. I still can't do that." So what the most important thing is actually just is to be have someone judge how you play, and by playing with other people. So there's a lot of questions here, but I'm going to try to answer these later. Let me go to my TikTok and say a couple of things too. Let me see who else is on Instagram here as well. I'm just trying to see who else here. There's 8 new messages on TikTok. On TikTok, I can't save the video, unfortunately, because they don't let you do that. But on YouTube, you can watch this after if there's any questions. I'm actually getting tired, guys. So I was supposed to be practicing for you guys, but I'm answering a lot of questions. I didn't know you were left-handed. Someone's saying I look like I'm left-handed. No, you're sometimes when you live stream, sometimes there's like a mirror image. So I'm right-handed. So I think on Instagram, looks like and on TikTok I'm left-handed, but I'm not. Okay, I'm actually what's the word? I'm right-handed. It's just the way it films. Okay, so so anyway, guys. So this is how I practice. I practice things I don't do. I mean, I have a lot of books I work on. A lot of things about harmony theory. I'm particularly working on the harmonic and melodic minor scales recently. Arpeggios, using the 7-string guitar. Let me get my 7-string back up. Learning how to use the notes. I'm trying to learn how to use the notes without getting lost all the time. Things like that, not getting lost when I'm actually playing, is a great thing to do. And also using my 7th string as a melodic note. is another thing I'm trying to work on really hard. So if I'm playing a solo, it's easy to play a solo on the first string. So I'm going. So I'm trying to use that 7th string as much as I can. See, I'm trying to use that 7th string. It's really hard. So, because what happens is when you're playing the 7th string on the 7th string guitar, you usually use mostly as an accompaniment note, but I want to be able to use it as part of my solos now. You know, sometimes it gets into the bass register with the bass player, but you know, hopefully I can throw it in there sometimes so it doesn't get them pissed off. Because sometimes bass players get mad if you start playing in the register. I've had that. B flat. So I'm trying to use how that 7th string down there as much as I can. And 7th. See, I'm trying to use that 7th string and as an arpeggio on a major 7th chord. And that's something I'm practicing that I don't know how to do that well. So remember, I'm practicing, so I'm not sounding amazing or, you know, I'm not sounding clean as I should because I'm practicing things I don't know how to do. That's what this is all about, how to practice. Practice things you can't do. You're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to sound like you're practicing and trying to learn something. And practicing is just that, learning how to do things you can't do, and you do it every day for a little bit. So I'm trying to make everybody know that. And the most important thing is consistency. So what I'm doing is I'm just working on the 7th string and really trying to get under my finger so I can actually solo on it when I'm taking a solo. Because you know what, right now I'm practicing, but when I'm actually trying to play a song and I start trying to do that, I get lost. Because what happens is I'm like, man, you know, you're at the moment, people are watching or whatever. I'm doing a live stream recently, and you throw that note in, you're like, how am I going to do this? I've been practicing, but doesn't mean you can play it. Practicing is something that makes you get better with time. You know, you have to repeat it over and over. And when you come out and actually play, you'll be able to do it without thinking about it. That's what practice does to your playing. You know, so the most important thing is get a lot of practice in, and practice the right way. Don't practice things you already know. Practice things you can't do. You know, improve a melody, chord changes, whatever. Let me see. There's a lot of oh, sorry. I like this guy. Someone said to me, I gotta screenshot this. Someone said to me, practice playing bad to get good. That's great, Ron. What the hell? You know what? I used to have roommates with I used to be roommates with some great musicians in New York. I don't have roommates anymore. So these guys used to practice, man. They be practicing the same crap. I'm like, oh man. But you know, when they play their butts off. Because when you practice, you're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to practice things you know you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do. If you practice things you know all the time, when you get out of the gig, you're never gonna get any better. So that's what I'm trying to say. Jazz and Blues fans to me. Hey, there's a lot of great comments here, guys. Thank you for watching. I have a lot of people watching on. I've never had this many people following me on YouTube either. So everybody, I'm going to get going in a second because I'm kind of like tired. Wait a second. Let me see if there's any question. What extra notes are you given? The extra note on my 7th string. Sorry, guys, on TikTok. This is a low A. I think that's what they mean. So this is a low A note. So this is a standard tuning guitar. Okay, E, A, D, G, B, E, and low A. Okay. Now in rock, they tune to a low B on the 7th string. And in Brazilian music, they tune to a low A. I mean, low C, excuse me. Now, the reason why this is tuned to low A is because of George Van Epps used to do this tuning, okay? So, you know, I'm trying to practice today. I guess I won't practice much because I'm doing this for you guys. This is supposed to be a practice session trying to show you what I do when I practice, but, you know, I get a lot of questions, and it's great. I got to actually. But if you want to study with me, you know, please, you know, it's all on my links here, on my Instagram, on my link tree. If you want to donate, you know, always need donations. You can just go to my link tree on my profile, or any video that I have. You can join my Patreon to learn how to study with me for real. You know, I can put that in the comments. But anyway, just, you know, PayPal and all that. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. Just so you know, everything is Ron Jackson Music. So if you want to donate or anything, if you learned something new today, you know, and if you want to take lessons with me, just go to my contact on Instagram. Or, you know, on my link tree. It's all there on my contact information. I'm getting new students all the time, especially since I have all these followers now, and I appreciate you guys watching me. And thank you. I got to do, this is like a celebration too. I have 10,000 subscribers now on YouTube as well, 24,000 on TikTok and on Instagram. So, you know, I appreciate you guys watching. So this is how I practice. I'm going to try to take a break after this and practice by myself this time. so I can get something done. But thank you, everybody. Let me see if there's any questions. My guitar is an Eastman, just so you guys know. So look at this. It's an Eastman. Oh, shoot. I have that covered up, guys. Sorry. I put a GoPro on here. When I'm filming a lot of my lives, I didn't do it today. I use a GoPro camera. This one, a GoPro 9. And I get some great videos, like looking at the guitar like this while I'm playing. It's a really great thing to use. And I usually reshare my videos with the GoPro camera, because the live streams, the sound is not as good, or the you know, and the video is not as good. So I actually do that. And so, you know, I have a tuner on here, and I have an instrument attachment. So it's kind of cool. You know, I try to make my live streams interesting and fun and informative. You know, you know, I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and you know, and keep watching my videos. Please follow me. Please share with everybody. And hopefully, you know, you can watch the playback now on Instagram and on YouTube, but you can't on TikTok. They should do that, you know. So let me see. You're welcome, everybody. You know, if you want to donate or anything, let me know. Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. Cash App, Venmo is all the same. Okay, and I hope you learned something new today, and I hope I answered most people's questions. Let me see, there's a lot of questions. How's your day? Everybody asks me funny questions. What kind of guitar is that? I already answered that. What is the most effective pentatonic scales to practice? Just your regular minor and major pentatonics. You could use them on different things. I miss performing, yes. My day is great. Eric Clapton, I love him. I love everybody. Everybody plays great. So, okay, everybody. I'll see you. It's time to go. I gotta eat. Take a break. Get some coffee. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, let me end on YouTube first. Bye bye. You can watch the playback after. Okay, bye YouTube. And Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can anybody guess the name of that song? I know some people know already, but people who don't have my album. But anybody know that name of the song?
Randy.
Yeah. Good. This young man here wins free air because he got the name right. And I'm going live again, just for you guys. Thank you, everybody who came out to my live show on Friday. I'm here in the U.S. in New Jersey. Let me move this a little closer. So we're going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm just setting up my cameras right now, and thank everybody for being such great fans and following me and getting up to 20,000 subscribers. So I'm going to be taking questions, but I'm going to play some chord melody. We're going to talk about that today a lot. I'm going to be using my 6 and 7 string guitar. Long live Roger. Thank you, Edmund TV. I'm going to be talking stuff about my book that I sell here too, called Chords at Your Fingertips on acoustic guitar. And, learn how to do chord melody and all that stuff with guide tones and all kinds of different things. Let me just make sure I'm watching on my other, so I can see your questions in another YouTube channel, okay? So let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Thank you for the 21,400 subscribers. You're the man. Love listening to you. Thank you. You've given me a perspective and helped me improve so much. I'm glad to hear that. I'm live right now. Let me see something. I'm gonna just make sure I watch my own live so I can answer your questions. Here it is. So I'll make sure the volume's down. Okay, good. Hey, Vikpal from India, great. Great to see you guys. Let me take out my guitar. I'm going to play first on my 7 string some chord melody for you. Okay, and then we'll talk about learning how to do chord melody. Let me see if I can move this camera up a little bit so you can see me. Let me take this guitar out right here, my 7 string. Ooh, there's something off this cable. I gotta fix this. So, yay! Hey, Montreal, how's it going? So let me fix this guitar real quick. We're gonna talk about chord melody. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'll answer them as best I can. So let me start by playing a song. How's the volume? Sounds okay? Everything okay over there? Let me know. I could turn it up a little bit. Let me see. I don't want to play too loud. Because I play too loud sometimes. Good. So we'll be talking about chord melody today, and let me play you something right now that one of my arrangements that I actually have here on YouTube, and it's going to be called Time After Time. And no, actually, let me do that one first. Ready? Okay, everybody. Oh, so we're talking about chord melody, and I'm going to take some questions today. So I just played a song called "Time After Time." I forget who wrote that song, but it's a classic jazz song that I always play. It's one of my arrangements that I really know well, that I kind of created for 7-string and 6-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar for you guys who don't know about 7-string guitars. I have a low A here. So I haven't touched the guitar in a couple of days. Well, I know I said I touched the guitar yesterday, but I was just doing a lot of writing for my Patreon account, everybody. So let me answer some of these questions for you. So that song was Time After Time. So it was my chord melody arrangement. So I was trying to do some different techniques for you guys. Walking bass lines, inner lines in the chords, seconds, fourths. Whatever ideas that came up into my mind when I was doing improvising. So thank you, Henry and VPIL. So let me just answer a few questions here, if there's any. So Glenn from Canada. Oh yeah, great to see you. Alex, sounds great. Thank you. Edmund TV, thank you again. And good to see you live playing. Good. How do you do that? Lionel asked me how you do that. With a lot of practice. So when I'm doing chord melody, you got to learn how to know what your melody note is against the chord. You have to know all your chord voicings. Okay, so that's very, very important when you're playing chord melody. So when I'm actually playing like a chord melody arrangement, it's actually I arranged it. That means I didn't make it up on the spot. I actually just worked it out. I learned first. You have to learn when you want to do chord melody arrangements. You have to really learn the melody correctly. You should be able to play the melody and the chords separately. So so when I'm doing a melody like this, so there's so many ways to play the melody on the guitar. When I play that melody like that, I could play so many ways on the guitar. Look at this. That's the hard part about the guitar. So you have to be able to play the melody on the top of the chord, particularly. Now you can actually play the melody on the bottom of the chord, in the middle of the chord. when I talk about that, I actually have this book. When we talk about my book, Two Chords at Your Fingertips, that's on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, that I actually I wrote 3 lessons, and one of my lessons is called the How to Harmonize Like Chet Atkins. If you look closely, and in this book, I take a song like London Bridge is Falling Down, like this. It goes like this. Now, in this book, I actually took that melody. I played it with chords on the bottom. Now, you could do that melody like that, just like with a melody on top with chords on bottom. Now, it's very important. Most of the time you play the melody on top, you have to really know the melody. And then the next part I do in the book is I actually take the chords and I went like this. I went. Like that. I'm reading this. So this is actually, this is actually written here in my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, learning how to harmonize, do chord melody, what we're talking about today. I'm taking a really simple melody like London Bridge is Falling Down, and I play the chord under every note. And that's how you actually learn how to do chord melody too, not just play like a thing like this. Just one note below it. You should be able to harmonize a melody with a chord under each note, actually. That's very important to learn. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Let me just look at some of the questions here. So I'm just going through this. I'll take questions while I'm trying to talk to you about doing chord melody. So thanks Roscoe for saying I'm amazing, and thank you Vipul from India. How much of what you're playing is arranged, and how much is at the top of your head? So when I'm doing a chord melody, everybody, most of the time it's pretty arranged. So what I do is I actually work it out where I actually what's the word? It's really arranged actually most of the time. So what I'm trying to do is actually in the beginning you have to do arrangements, okay? So it's very important to have them really worked out. I mean, Joe Pass, all the great solo guitar players, they had their stuff arranged. I went to see a Joe Pass workshop actually, and he was amazing. And he had everything worked out. Obviously, you have to have it worked out, and then after a while, it just becomes natural, and you don't have to think about what you're actually playing. So when I'm playing like a song like that arrangement I just played a minute ago, time after time, I actually played that so many times that I know it pretty good. And I have a bunch of solo guitar arrangements like that. So you have to really, the best way actually to learn these things is learn from the masters. If you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have tons of, I have about 5 or 6 arrangements for guitar, because you have to start learning arrangements from other people. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you'll be able to get, copies of my arrangements there for like $5-6, okay? And it's on my description here. You have to learn these chord melody arrangements by heart. Now let me see something here. I'm just gonna turn my other phone down so no one starts to disturb us, and put it on silent. So let me see. Let me look at some of these questions. I really wanted to know what your favorite guitar is, and the one that you have, and one that you don't have. By the way, you're awesome. Thanks. I don't know. I don't have a favorite guitar. I mean, I'm trying to get a Benedetto guitar, a 7-string. So I mean, another guitar I'm using right now. So I'm using my 6-string. I mean, my 7-string. Let me show you the one I got from. Oops, something's wrong with my cable. So let me put this over here. I'm using also this D'Angelico XL that I got. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too. So this is a pretty great guitar, especially for the price range. You could go to my Amazon store and pick this up if you want to. I have an Amazon store. And you just go straight here to ronjacksonmusic.com. Excuse me, Amazon.com/shop/ronjacksonmusic, and I sell all kinds of stuff there, my books and all kinds of stuff. Okay, and it's my Amazon store. And I sell the D'Angelico guitars there on that site too. So this is a pretty good guitar too. You turn it up a little bit. So I play 6-string too, because most of the time, most of the guitar players I teach don't play 6-string. So it's important to know how to play 6-string. So we're talking about chord melody today. So it's really important to learn the melody and the chords separately, then you put them together. Now melody is the hardest part of playing anything, I think, because the melody, everybody knows the melody. So if you mess up that melody, you can be the best musician in the world, and some guy, some average whoever, Joe or Smo, will say, "Man, you play great, man, but you messed up that melody," and he won't know anything about music. So the melody is the most important thing. So when you're playing these chord melodies, you got to hear the melody, and whenever you play a melody, even by itself, you got to play it perfect, because everybody knows the melody. So let me see. The Headliner book, will it help? And how so? Oh yeah, Dario. Yeah, the book will help. I mean, I've sold like 40, 50 copies already of this book to all my students and fans, and they love this book. It also teaches you all kinds of different cool things. So just go to my website and order it for me directly there at ronjacksonmusic.com. It's on my description here. And this book only has 12 different lessons. One of the lessons is I teach you how to play walking bass lines. So, like, for example, let's talk about walking bass. So, you see me playing walking bass all the time. So, Dario. So, if I'm not playing a walking bass line, you have to know how to play 2-note voicings on a chord, especially on 7th chords. Chords that have 1, 3, 5, and 7. Okay, or a flat 7. It's a dominant chord. Okay, so a chord that's voiced like this. So the 3rd and 7th is the 2 notes we use a lot on a chord in jazz to get a sound where you don't have to, you eliminate the rest of the notes, and that's the most important sound of the chord. Okay, so if I'm playing up a scale, I'm only playing 3 notes, like that. So you can do that across the neck. I can do it that way too. I can go this way too. Watch. Oops. Oh. So I did the same voicing up and down the neck. So I'm using a root, just 3rd and 7th. And that's really important if you want to do walking bass lines on the guitar and a lot of chord melody stuff. So if I'm walking a bass line like this, and I'll blues. Yeah, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question in a minute. So when I'm actually doing a walking bass line like that in a blues, which is just like 1 in G to C7, G7, C7. That's an easy progression. Okay. Then C7, just a regular blues. Everybody knows the blues, I hope. And so if I'm walking a bass line, I'm just using 2 notes. Okay, I'm using a 2-note chord and a bass line on the bottom. So that's called the 3rd and 7th, or they call it a guide tone, just so you know. I didn't tell you that yet. So guide tones are really important to be able to play walking bass lines. So if I'm going to do a guide tone, I'm going to go like this. Hear that? I did, I just played 2 notes and I did a walking bass line under each chord. And that's actually, in this book, I do a whole chapter in this book about that whole thing called Chords at Your Fingertips. You can buy it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'll actually sign it. So I actually do the progression and I build up to where you actually play a full jazz blues in the key of G with comping rhythms and everything. And that's a really popular lesson on Acoustic Guitar Magazine's website. And if you get the book, all the books come with video and tabs and everything. So this has tabs if you look closely. It's everything. So it's a really great book if you want to work on your bass lines. So let me ask you some questions. Oh, does the 7th string of your guitar help in voicing for bass? Yes, of course. That's from Alex Isugi. And or is it possible to work on a regular 6th string? Yes, this is a 6th string. So just so you know, I switched guitars, Alex. So this is a 6th string right now. So I'm playing bass lines with a 6th string or a 7th string. I started off with 6th string. So actually, I could walk bass lines on 6th string too. I was always good at that. So basically, I can walk on 6th string and 7th string. I mean, 7th string sounds more like a bass because the 7th string on my guitar is really the 3rd string of a bass. I have a low A. So yes, I can walk on 7th string, and it's very important to walk on, learn how to walk on 6th string first. So let me keep answering questions here. Thanks. Is it time to start learning to learn? Okay, this is from Glenn Michael Thompson. Thanks for answering. It's time to start learning and making your own arrangements as well as some from other guitar players. I'll have to check your book out for sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you know what? It's important to learn arrangements first because you don't really know how to do chord melody arrangements until you look at other people's arrangements. So I used to transcribe Wes Montgomery arrangements. I forgot some of them. Like one of them was I've grown accustomed to your face. This is a Wes Montgomery arrangement, but I haven't played it in a long time. It's called I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face. It's just a ballad. But, he does a lot of great stuff with block chords and drop 2 voicings, which you can learn from me in this book too, okay? And from other guitar teachers, excuse me. So he kind of goes like this. The melody goes like this. So the melody goes like that. So I'm gonna play. So he actually played. He played mostly of a chord over every melody note like this. He would go like this. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm doing it by ear. Thirds. I just did was, I mean, I was doing that by ear basically, but I've been chord melody arranging for so long, and I know about some of the harmony of the song. I don't know that song that well, that actually. I was just kind of doing it by ear. So when I was doing the chord melody, I was doing a bunch of different techniques. I was like doing like block chords. And then when the melody note came out, I would just do simple thirds. Just down the up the scale. See, and I did chord melody, like inner alignment there. Hear that? I put that line in between. Then I went. So that's basically a Wes Montgomery chord arrangement. I mean, he basically played it that way. I'm not doing exactly the way he did it, but he's not really doing anything fancy, guys. He's just basically just doing block chords, basic inversions, like this. You could do fancier stuff like this. I can put a 9 in there instead. I can go. I can put all kinds of fancy stuff in there. I can do seconds. I can put a major, a sharp 4. I can put fancy notes like that in the chord. So there's all kinds of stuff you could do with a chord melody arrangement. It's up to your imagination at the end, actually. So I mean, I have I'm trying to be more imaginative. So sometimes I think I play too inside, and so I try to start doing things like. I could do seconds. It sounds more modern. Things like that. You can do fancy techniques. So let me keep answering questions. What's a simple, fun chord progression? Let me answer this question here. What's a simple but fun chord progression for beginners? Blues is the most simple chord progression. But all the pop songs have another simple chord progression. Devon is like 1 6 2 5, like C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G, just 1 4 5, C, F, G. I mean, if you're a beginner, those are you should know all these basic chord progressions. One important thing, everybody, you should know all your open string chords. So all your bar chords. Everybody, someone mentioned the cage system here. All your bar chords come from open string chords. So it's very important to learn open string chords first. I've had students who play jazz, and then I ask them, do you know they don't know the open string chord. I'm like, what? You don't know you got to know the basics, everybody. To be able to play all the stuff I'm doing, you need to know the basics. So it's very important. Hey, everybody from all over the world is watching. Thank you. Someone from Greece. Greece the musical. Just kidding. Yeah, so guys, if you're enjoying this, I'm talking about a lot of techniques I use in this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's all my details here. And you can pick up your own book and I'll sign it for you. And it teaches you about chord melody, all kinds of stuff, harmonizing melodies. There's a chord melody arrangement in here. I might play it for you. It's at the end of the book. It's called Billy Boy. And I'll have to read it, but it's right here at the end here. And it's actually like a combination of the whole book. It's the very last lesson. If you look closely, that's my chord melody arrangement, where I use all kinds of great techniques about chord melody right here. Okay, and reharmonizations and stuff. So this is out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So let me show you, everybody. Let me answer more questions. So what's the best way to learn scales across the fingerboard? Do you use the major scale and the relative minors if necessary? I know all the scales almost. So, Ruben. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have all the major scales written out the way the Berkeley method in one lesson. So let me just show you real quick, Ruben. So yeah, I mean, I'm using much more than major scales in general. So you got to be able to play you have to play all of them. There's 8 fingerings from the major scale from the Berkeley method, from the Berkeley College of Music method where I studied. So here's one. I'm gonna play it for you real quick. Okay, this is a warm up for me. 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of playing fast. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. So, I know those skills pretty well. I'm just playing a little too fast right now because I'm trying to show you in like 1 minute. So, those are the 8 fingerings. The point is to be able to play like this. Without getting lost. I'm just messing around, but you should be able to play a C major scale or any scale, any key, up and down the fingerboard, across, this way and across without getting lost. E flat. G flat. Any key. So you should be able to play all your scales. I'm just kind of playing a little fast, but just to show you, this is just a major scale. There's the diminished scale. There's the whole tone. There's all the modes of the harmonic and melodic minor, which we'll talk about soon. So actually, just so you know, Devin, I have this as a lesson already on my YouTube channel here. So just take a look at it. All the modes of the major scale, and also there's no, I don't have that lesson. But if you become a patron, you get all these things from me too for free on my Patreon. So if you want to join my Patreon, it's right here. It's patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and you can learn all kinds of cool things. I have chord melody arrangement scales, all kinds of stuff right there. So just join my Patreon. You can get all that stuff, guys, for free. But otherwise, you have to go pay individually on my website for those lessons. And I think it's like $3.99 or $2.99 for all the major modes, all the major scales, all the fingerings, all the melodic minor scales, and there's a bunch of other stuff. I'm putting stuff up every week, 2 or 3 lessons a week. Okay, so we're talking about chord melody. Let me answer a few more questions. Also, how did you find the K system is very important, actually, Ruben. So, I use that all the time subconsciously, and that's learning all your chords, open string chords, making them to bar chords. That's what basically it is. So you just got to know how to take a C chord, change your fingers around, and move it up the scale. And you play the corresponding scale right under it. Everywhere. I'm just messing around, but you know what I'm saying? You should be able to play all through these scales like that from open string chords. Okay, now let me keep going. I think you're gonna, yeah, go ahead, Henry. Buy my book. You get it autographed. It comes with, just so you know, everybody, my book comes with, every lesson in this book has video as well. It comes with a video lesson and tabs. And I have 3 lessons in this book, but there's a lot of great writers here. Adam Levy, who played with Norah Jones, Lisa Loeb, and Andy DeFranco. He's a writer. He's a good friend of mine in this book. A bunch of guys, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Peppy Rogers, who used to be the editor of the magazine, Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So it's through Hal Leonard Music, but you can pick it up through me. It's better to pick up through me. Go to my website at www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I just I sold a lot of books recently, and people from all over the world have been buying them, from France, Germany, Australia, everywhere. Thank you guys for being such great supporters of my channel too. And help support me by buying my books and donating on my page there, here on my description, and following me and sharing with your friends, of course. Thank you. So let me keep going. Let me see. So rock guitar takes away from the jazz power chord, which technically is a third and seventh partial chord, right? Yeah, rock guitar, Dario, it's a different style, but I'm sure they use third and seventh too. A lot of rock guitar songs have like 5 chords, the power chord. Oh, that stuff. I'm just not the type of guitar to play that kind of stuff on it, but you know what I mean. Feels like Teen Spirit. So it's just like, there's a lot of power chords, but rock has all kinds of stuff in it these days. So I love Tosin Abasi from Animals as Leaders. One of my heroes. I want to get his 8-string guitar. So so these are great guys. So I can't, I used to play rock myself a lot. I switched to jazz when I became an adult, but I was a rocker when I was a kid. So all that stuff is great. And I can't, they play all kinds of different harmonies in rock now too. So let me keep going. So I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Alex Tuber Official. I love you, my friend. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering questions here. So thanks for the live show. I love it. Great, Anthony. Thanks for watching. Climate change. Yeah, I'm good. So you from the United States, right? Yeah. So you is from the United States. Well, what's from the United States? Me? I live in the United States, but if you were getting my book, I ship it all over the world, okay? So just so you know, and my stuff you can just download on my website. Hi, Greece. I love you, Ron Jackson. Thank you, Luis. Do you think playing very jazzy kills the emotion? No. You can play jazz with emotion. Just so you know, GC, GG. Okay, Louis. I've got guitar. Of course, I'll buy the book. Dario, buy the book. Yeah, go ahead. Devin, thanks. Hi from Italy, Silvio. Man, you basically taught me how to play jazz solos on guitar. Thanks so much for your video. So, excellent. Thank you. Excellent says I basically taught him how to play jazz. Okay, let me show you another chord arrangement. So we're talking about chord arrangements. So this chord arrangement I'm going to play you for right now is called Loose Step. It's actually a blues in A, okay? And it's off my very first album that you can't find right now, called Loose Step. Called A Guitar Thing, that was on Muse Records. It's the same label that Pat Martino, my guitar teacher, was on, and a bunch of other guitar players. Kenny Burrell was on that label for a little while. A bunch of people. And they got sold into I don't know where my masters are, but this is a song called Loose Step. It's basically a blues using block chords. And I really like this arrangement. And I'm going to be putting it up on my website tonight to sell the arrangement, and it goes like this. You'll like this. It's like, with a band, it sounds really cool. It sounds like this, though. Let me see if I can play it for you. Ready? So that's just a blues in A. It's tricky because I'm playing 6/7 string a lot. So I play this differently on this is a 6-string guitar. I play this differently on a 7-string. So this has a lot of block chords. So just an A blues, A, D, A13. Then I do that kind of thing. I'll flat. Then I go D, then G7. Then I do this chromatic thing from A. Then I do E, dominant 7 sharp 9, and D7 dominant 7 9, and a flat 9 here. It goes like this. Okay, let me try that one more time for you guys. So I'm going to play a little bit better this time too. Watch this. Okay, so that's how it sounds on 7-string guitar. I mean, on 6-string guitar. Let me show you how it sounds on 7-string guitar. So I do it a little bit differently. So I've only been playing 7-string guitar. I recorded that song on my first album in 1991 when I was only like 25 or something. I'm only 26 now, so. So look at this. So look at me play that on 7-string, because I'm used to playing 7-string. Sometimes I get this thing we call missing string syndrome, where I still think I'm playing a 7-string, but so this is how we would sound on 7-string guitar, because I can hit that low note now. Watch this. Hear that low note? So I got that note. So that's the really cool thing about the 7-string. You get those low notes. So sometimes when I play when I switch between the two guitars, it's confusing because sometimes I'll be thinking I'm hitting the 7-string, but I'm playing a 6-string. But that low note brings out the surface, brings it to the surface, doesn't it? Yes, doesn't it, Carl? Yeah. It's tricky though, because you gotta miss. When I'm hitting all these strings on top, you gotta not hit all these other strings except the 7. Like that. You see that? Let me answer some more questions. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Let me see. Oh, how do you use melodic minor with natural minor chords? You know what? That's a good question, Shadows. I just throw melodic minor on any kind of minor chord. See, when you're playing a minor chord, they tell you to play natural minor, but a jazz musician would pick from any minor, actually, according to what they hear. So you could use all of them, any minor, actually. So, I mean, I use melodic minor, harmonic minor, Dorian, Phrygian, Aeolian, anything. Because, it depends on what your knowledge is. So if I'm playing A minor. I'm playing melodic minor now. I just mix it up. Okay, I can go. I just mix all kinds of minors in there. Okay. I just did a little Phrygian. So you can mix all kinds of minors over a minor chord, just so you know. When you mention using guide tones in a chord melody, this is close to using shell voicings. The assumption is correct. Yes, it's close to that. Yes. I mean, a shell voicing is just basically like 2 or 3 notes. And so basically in jazz, the main shell voicing is really just the 3rd and 7th. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a song. So I'm only doing, if I just played that without the bass, I would sound like this. I'm just playing 2 notes actually, with the bass on the bottom. You hear it? So I'm just playing. That's all I'm playing on top. So, but that's really good if you're doing chord melody, because you have all this room to throw other stuff on top. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of throwing notes on top of that now, off the shell voicing or the 3rd and 7th. excuse me. I need some water. So what's happening? I have some coffee here. Yeah, so what's happening is when you play the third and seventh on the bottom, on the top of the chord, you can put melody notes and chords, all kinds of cool things on top with the bass. So I'm going. I mean, you don't have to keep the same voicing, but it's basically you can play that a little bit and play the rest. So I'm kind of mixing it up. So I'm using that third and seventh a lot, just to get the sound of the chord. Then I'm throwing like melody notes on top. So I mean, there's a lot of techniques you can actually use, and we talk about these things in this book. Okay, so let me play you something out of the book so you can actually see something here. Let me see. You find Govan Guthrie jazz playing? I never heard that. You know what? I gotta check him out. I checked him out. Okay, Guthrie Govan's. I gotta check him out actually. I'll look after this, GG. The low note brings out the surface. Okay, good. Cool. It sounds like you're having a bass backing track with a 7-string. Really brings out everything above that. Yeah, Glenn, it does. Yes, lots of beautiful room. Official, good. Too well. Thank you. So tasty. Thank you, everybody. So let me show you something. So in this book, Chords of Your Fingertips, I've been talking about when we talk about chord melody. So we talked about harmonizing a melody. So I took a melody, the very last lesson in this book. I took a song called Billy Boy. It goes like this. So I'm going to show you this. This is a chord melody, impromptu live. So we're talking mostly about chord melody. So I want you to get something out of this today. So let's take a melody like this. This is written down. I'm going to be reading this, okay? And I haven't played this in a while, really. But it goes like this. The melody goes like this. I did a chord melody with this actually. So first I did it like this. Watch this. This is all in the book, Chords of Your Fingertips, just so you know. And you can pick it up on my website. I have so many copies. It's actually, I'm starting to run low, so if you want to get a copy, pick one up today. I'm going to be ordering some more next week. Hopefully they'll be still in stock. So I just sold a few this week. So this book has this exercise about chord melody. So listen to this. So this is all written out right now. This is like one version of doing that with the melody. Watch this. You can do it that way, okay, or this way. Let me play it on 6-string for you. Hey, I'd say hi, Gage. So someone was asking me what gauge strings I use on this. So you guys know, take a look. Don't hurt your fingers, guys. That's a 14 on top, 79 on the bottom of my 7-string. Okay, that's a 14 on top, just so you know. Oh, wow. Hey, Dovla, I have a student that's right now 67 who's studying jazz guitar right now. So, no, it's not too late. Okay? So, just so you know, everybody, I have 14s on this guitar too. This is a 14 gauge on top of my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for having me become a D'Angelico 6-string artist, because they don't make 7 strings. So they gave me this guitar as an artist. So you can pick up this guitar, go to Guitar Center. Also go to my website. No, it doesn't change it. Neck angle is a good guitar, so don't worry about that. If you want to pick up a guitar like this, go to my Amazon store. I have a page on D'Angelico guitars. Go to Ron Jackson. Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar there. Okay, they're great guitars. They're not expensive. This one lists for $2,000. You can get them cheaper, a little bit cheaper on my store. So I just played that song on the 7-string, but I was playing the 6-string part. So let me play you the whole arrangement from the book. And there's a lot of chords in this arrangement. So watch this. See if I can play this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh. Watch this. So that was the final week of this book. So I took that melody called Billy Boy, like this melody, and I permutated it all into like an easy chord melody to a really complex chord melody. So that's how you learn how to do chord melody, everybody. You got to take a melody, know the melody separately, know the chords separately, put it together, create different kind. Put the melody on top. You can put the melody in the middle too, and on the bottom, but we didn't talk about that part yet. And you have to learn. You have to learn chord melody solos from other people, like from books like me, or learn from the masters like Joe Pass, Wes Montgomery, all those guys. Those are the main guys I learned from. I've seen Joe Pass. He was one of my idols, and I saw him when I was in college do a workshop, and he was amazing, man. He was just a monster. He played the classical guitar and the electric guitar really great with his fingers and everything. Just amazing, and his pick. And so anyway, so you know what, everybody, I'm gonna be packing up in a minute because I have to eat lunch and stuff. So yeah, do you recommend lubing the bridge with graphite? No, I don't do anything like that on my guitar. So someone was asking about the strings. I already showed you the strings. So everybody, please, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And, if you want to, what's the word? If you enjoy this, you want to donate, also, you can here at paypal.com at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, if you'd like to. Okay, if you want to help support me and my channel. Okay, if you also subscribe and share everywhere. I have a lot of followers everywhere. So on TikTok everything is Ron Jackson Music. TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. What was I going to say? If you want to join my Patreon, please do so. It's right here. It has all these lessons there too, actually. And it's patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And go to my website if you want to get the book, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's easy, ronjacksonmusic.com, and pick up the book. Chords at your fingertips. Actually, it's I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I write a lot of articles, a lot of lessons actually for them. I've written about 30 lessons for them since 2013. I've been working for them, and then I have 2 books out. This is one book. This is another book's called Guitar Scale and Mode Mastery, which is not published, not printed yet because of the pandemic, because of work shortages. But go pick up this book and help support me. You'll love the book. I'll sign it for you. This book has all the videos for every lesson too, so you don't have to worry about that. You can look at the lesson. You could have the tabs, everything. So so really a wonderful book. And what was I going to say? Thank you for watching, and go to ronjacksonmusic.com. And if there's anything else, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Thanks for supporting me, and it was great talking to you about chord melody today. I'm doing a show tonight on Instagram called Sunday Evening Jazz, and I have 2 drummers on the show that are going to be guests. If you want to watch that, but I'll be doing these live lessons, impromptu lessons, every few days when I have a chance. Just to reach out to my audience more. And please definitely subscribe. I have a lot of cool videos coming out, live performances, lessons, all kinds of stuff. I saw my friend Lafayette Harris just say hi. I have a video that just came up with him. Thank you, Lafayette. You're welcome, Shiva. Yeah, thanks, Dario. Do you recommend? Yeah, so I'm trying to, it's hard to talk and play, but I'm glad that you guys are watching, and really appreciate what I'm doing. And thank you, Elixir Strings, for the nice shirt. It's funny because I have I won a contest a couple years ago called the Performer Magazine Elixir String Contest, and they made a bunch of vinyls. My fans voted me for me, and I won with another band. One's a rock band. I'm a jazz guy with so they actually gave me about 70 vinyls. I'll be selling that on my website too. They're singles, but one of my fans on TikTok just actually purchased one. So we'll talk more about this. I need to do like a real YouTube video about chord melody, the whole process. But I think this is a good way of doing it because yeah, great. Someone's watching my YouTube shorts 5 times a day. That's great. So who is that? Let me see who that said that. Brian Wood. Oh yeah, great, Brian. I'm glad you watched them. Yeah, so everybody, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys. And I'll try to do the best videos and try to do the best playing I can for you. Sometimes it's hard to do the best playing when you're talking all the time, but because you can't concentrate on playing. But it's fun, And I'm trying to reach my audience and grow my YouTube. So please share with everybody and subscribe if you don't already. And we'll see you on social media, everybody. And if you want to take lessons with me, just let me know. I have a lot of students that off YouTube now who are studying with me. So just email me. Just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, or just email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? It was fun. Have a great day, okay? This is a song that I wrote for people who walk down the street in New York City, maybe even San Francisco. I think San Francisco could be just like that too. And someone's walking behind you, and what do you do usually? You walk fast. That could happen anywhere though. Let me see. Here we go. Thank you very much. Georgia. Everybody likes the blues. Bluesy. Woo. Hey, everybody. Okay, I'm actually live now, and I'm just gonna fix a couple of things here because I had a problem. This is actually going to be public now. I had to change it because of some settings I had. So I'm going to actually fix my stand here. It's Ron Jackson. Send me anything, you know, like a video chat. Let me know that you can actually see me properly. Okay. If there's a problem seeing me, let me know. I'm going to actually have to put this camera down a little bit. And probably move this back a little bit. So I'm going to start a little bit late because I had an issue with my camera and my settings, so which was kind of stupid, but anyway. Technology. Let me see if I can fix this thing to make it look better. I might have to lower this a little bit. I'm going to have to get my guitar out here. I have to lower this a little bit so you can see me. Oh, see? A little high. That's a problem with YouTube. I can't figure this out. I have to load this. Let me do this now. I'm setting up, everybody, so don't worry. We'll be good in a second. Send me a video chat in the stream here. Good. Patrick, how are you, man? And Devonite. Oh, cool. I finally caught you. Good. I'm going to fix this computer up a little bit here. I'm going to put a different thing on the floor here. So, guys, I had to actually, make this a public video because I've never done it before for my early access stuff. You know, if you have a problem getting on, just go to my YouTube. I'm live now. And I had to resend an email with all this, and hopefully people will get it because I couldn't use the other link. So you can see me okay, I guess, huh? Let me fix this camera a little bit. So that's cool. I'm just fixing it up and starting, guys. It's supposed to be my background, and I'm gonna actually start in a minute. I'm waiting for some more people to show up here, but I had to resend an email and get, so it can get this live. But I'm actually live, and I've never done a public live on YouTube, but I had to change it today. Might as well do it once in a while. Hey, good. Hi, Brittany. Hello. I'm a new subscriber. Appreciate your videos. I'm self-taught for 10 years. Okay, good. Thank you. Everybody, this was supposed to be a private live link, but I had to change it because YouTube is really hard to set up, with the camera and stuff. So I'm going to pull my guitar out. You can see that okay, yes? I'll move back a little bit. I'll put this back a little bit. And, we're going to be talking about chord melody today. So I'm just setting up right now. And if you have any questions, please send me a message. I'll start with my 7-string guitar today. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to do that. So please send me questions here through the live chat, okay? Let me just change this a little bit. I'm going to pull my 7-string out right now. Let me just check a couple things here. If you have any questions, just send them to me already. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. I'll reply to you by actually, talking to you guys. Okay. so that you can hear me. You know what I mean? And hopefully everybody got my new link because I had to change it up. I couldn't get my camera to work when I went live a minute ago from my private link, so I had to resend all the everybody everything. So I'm going to tune my guitar real quick, and then we'll get started. And if there's any questions, let me know. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to construct chord melody, so we can go through some songs, things like that. I got 7 strings here, so well, I got a nice crowd for like a public live. I had to go live today public because I had an issue with my camera and my connection on YouTube. Seems like it's so hard to do things on YouTube sometimes. So I have 7 strings here. Oh, True 5-1. So Emir is my student. He's going to be coming over later. Great guy. I'm the half Filipino brother, and we're going to talk about different things here. But he said a 2-5. So if you do a D minor, well, I mean, I have my 7 string, so it might confuse everybody. But if I do 2-5, let's say regular 2-5. So if you do try using tritone substitution, you just go. Okay, I'm just putting a D minor 7 to a D dominant 7 to a C major 7. So that's just a tritone substitution is actually when you get to the G7. Okay, the G7 is a G note right here, and it's a flat 5 away. Okay, what happened is the tritones right here, the flat 7 and the 3rd, and this is common with the D flat on the G. So look, the 3rd and 7 is on top, and the D flat 7 has a 3rd and 7, but it switches around. So this is the 3rd now on the D flat, and this is the flat 7 on the D flat. So they interchange. So that's how you make a tritone substitution. So instead of going C minor, D minor to G7, I can go D minor, D flat 7 to the C major 7. Okay. So that's a very common, substitution. And we can really get into this some more. But the thing is, that's cool about this. This helps you learn how to play stuff that's in altered. It makes you think about something different. And let me see who else is there. Liam. Hey, good morning, Liam. Oh, what toner brand do you use? Okay, Joe. So Joe, someone's asking me about changing my link for today, but I'm live now. So look, this is my Peterson tuner. Look at this. Let me show you on the camera here. It's a strobe tuner, but they don't make these anymore. I endorse Peterson, and they make great tuners. Okay, but these Peterson tuners are strobe. They're the most accurate tuner you could buy. The military uses these things. Through the Peterson, they make these huge tuners that are like $3,000 that you can actually get. I would never need that. I just use the clip-ons, but they have a better version that I have that I use when I go do gigs. I leave this at home. This is kind of fragile, but this is very accurate for a clip-on. Now, you should know how to tune your guitar without a tuner too. I was doing a thing like that on TikTok. I have a bunch of fans on TikTok, and I've been doing that. So this is actually a live lesson that's actually live for the public today. Usually I release these later. These are for my Patreons and and people I invite, like that I have through a contest on Instagram. And today, it's all public because I had an issue with my Instagram. Oh, well, actually with YouTube. I'm trying to get on. So hopefully people will be there. You want to be a good jazz guitarist? What do you want to say to me? I like this guy. Well, practice, get a good teacher. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. I'm telling you, it's only going to help you so far. Looking at videos is only could take you so far. You need someone to look at you and say, look, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this. You need to work on this. I've always had teachers. I'm actually studying right now. I'm studying with a drummer about time and rhythm. So before we keep going, everybody, let me play you something because, this is chord melody. Today's about chord melody. So let me play you a couple of chord melody arrangements that I've worked out on the guitar that are, that aren't hard, that are fairly simple. I'm going to play it on 7-string. Now, this is one of my favorite tunes. This is called Time After Time. Okay. Everybody, how you doing? Hey, no problem, guys. You know what? This is actually public today because I messed up earlier, and when you work with YouTube, you gotta have your webcam set up like before you go live, and I hit the live button, So now I had to make this public. So I had to let everybody know that I had a different link that I'm going public, and hopefully, hey, hey, thank you, Reggie. So let me respond to some of these comments. I'm going to respond out loud, so you could actually text me here, okay, and then I'll respond out loud to whoever's responding. So Reggie, Reggie says I'm a great guitar teacher. Thank you, Reggie. Reggie's been my student for like 2 years. He's learned a lot. He's a great student. You know, he's retired. He practices guitar all day, which I wish I could do. Hey, don't worry about being late. You're not late. I was late. Um, and Patrick says, shh. Okay, just amazing. Thank you, Patrick. One man band. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, everybody. This is public now today because I've never done anything public, but today I had to because I messed up. So it's supposed to be a private link, but it's okay. So thanks for sharing such a great teaching content on YouTube. Greetings from the UK. Yeah, thank you, everybody. If you like what you see here on YouTube, I'm going to get my little announcement thing here, wherever that thing is. Here it is. Hold on one second. Let me grab it. And please, definitely, this is the right way today. Please subscribe to me here, of course. And also, a lot of my Patreon fans are on here. So if you want to be on my Patreon account, please let me know, and I'll do. You can join that and get some music lessons pretty cheap for me. It's right here, Ron Jackson Music. I'm gonna put this on the camera. Oh, this is backwards here. Okay, I need to use this. Hold on, let me find this real quick. I'll get it. Here's my Patreon thing. Here it is. If you want to join my Patreon, this is what my students are on now. You can join for like starting at $3 at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so that's my Patreon. This is cool. I've never gone live on YouTube before, so this is great. So so there's a question here. Thanks for sharing such great. Sounds great. Thoughts on blues, rock, and fusion? Okay, guys, just so you know, I started off playing rock. So I used to be into Led Zeppelin. I used to see all kinds of bands. Yes, Van Halen. I saw 7 times. Just so you know, I was a big fan of Eddie Van Halen. I'm into rock. I just started getting into jazz when I was like about 11, 12, through high school, actually. Then I started getting into jazz in high school. That's why I went to Berklee College of Music and studied jazz composition and arranging. But I love jazz, and I love rock too. So no, if you want to start getting, okay, so so thoughts on blues and fusion. Okay. So did you go through different phases? So you know what? I started playing rock, and I used to listen to records and learn all the rock guitar solos, everything like that. Okay, and songs. So that's what you have to do with any style of music. You actually have to be able to learn the music by ear, get together with friends and play. And if you can afford to get a teacher, because teachers, I didn't have a teacher when I was a kid, so I was growing up, and I was learning everything by ear. And you can only go so far by ear. There's always a great teacher that can help you. A good example of someone like that is when I was at Berklee, he was before me, is Steve Vai. Steve Vai is a highly trained guitar player, play with everybody. He's rich from playing just his own music. He started with Frank Zappa. He went to Berklee. He was a really well-trained guitar player, could play all kinds of rock styles and jazz, everything. This guy could read. He studied with Joe Satriani as a kid. He's from Long Island. I live here in New York City area. He's from Long Island, and he, studied with Joe Satriani, who's a great guitar player. These guys can read. These guys play rock. They play all kinds of styles, fusion. They play with everybody. Yngwie Malmsteen. They play with everybody. They're just like amazing musicians, but they're really well trained. So you should be trained. You should get a teacher and study, because teachers, Steve Vai always compliments Joe Satriani for all the help he's done for being his teacher. So it's important to have a teacher, everybody. So, okay, let's talk about chord melody. And, so if you want to study with me, let me know. I have some students on here that are actually watching. And, they're great students. They're great guys. And, you can only go so far with looking at me playing here. YouTube videos. Okay. So anyway, let's get started here. So let's talk about chord melody. So the subject today from my patrons, and I hope everybody on Patreon got my link, is that is chord melody is very important. So That it means that. So let's say you take a melody like let's think of an easy melody. Someone pick a melody if you want me to pick one, but it has to be not too fast. It can't be really a bebop melody because it's hard to harmonize a bebop melody to chord melody because there's so many notes. So usually do melodies with like like with whole notes. Like let's say a song like Cherokee. This is a song called Cherokee. It's a jazz standard. It's kind of fairly easy to do a chord melody with it. So it's like. Now I would take a real book. I want to get the real book out, okay, and actually take a real book and just look at the melody, make sure you're playing it correctly, because it's easy to play these melodies wrong. So I would go. So that's the melody to Cherokee. So it starts with a B flat major 7 chord. So I mean, an easy way to play that is just put the melody on top of the B flat major chord, major 7 chord. Actually, so if the melody's D, so I just put those 3 notes. Now if I'm making, so I'm just playing a regular old major 7. Now, if I'm playing on the 6th string, I'm going to actually switch guitars so you can see better, everybody. Let me get off my 7th string. Hold on. Let me get my 7th string here. Take it out because I want to get my 6th string out so you guys can understand me. It's not easy. Let me get my 6th string. If you have any questions about that, Nardis. Oh, that's a nice song. You can look at that for chord melody. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Hold up. So here's my 6th string. So let me tune this up real quick, and then we're gonna actually we're gonna work on Cherokee right now, just as a melody. We can look at Nardis too. Actually, Pat, that's a great idea. I love that song. I've done that chord melody too. I'll tune it up real quick. The guitar's a little sharp today. In my room, I've had the humidifier going. Maybe changed it with the cold. It's been cold here. So look. So here's Cherokee. So I can play the chord like that with the melody D there. So I can do inversions. What I did was I did a major 7. Then I did the inversion, first inversion. Then there's a 6th note on there. Actually, it says play F7 sharp 5. I can go like this. It says in the music good. I did that. So there's F7 with the sharp 5. Oh, actually, I would have to do that way to put the flat 7 in there. I would do that. Okay, so the beginning of Cherokee is like this. So I'll go like this. 4, 7. So then I went to major. Now this is F minor 7. It has an 11 on top. So you have to know the chord scale relationship to the the melody according to the chord. So that's a B flat against a F minor chord. So that's an 11. So I would do this. Or I could do it this way. Or this, so many ways. This. So that's go. So this is the melody so far. Now you can see this after it's a replay, everybody. I can go. Now I would play that B flat 7. Now the B flat 7 has a 13 on top. So I would do it that way, okay? Or you could do it this way. So many ways. I like that one. That voicing of the B flat 7 13. Okay. I've never done this song this fancy before. I just make it. I don't have an arrangement for this, so we're kind of making an arrangement up right now. This is how you do chord melody. You do an arrangement like this. You find each note and try to find the chord for it. So let's start from the beginning. So I went like this. So I just chord melody that whole thing. Now I'm using block chords basically. Okay, there's so many ways you could actually do this. I could do thirds. I just did 2 notes at a time. You have to know your chord scales, guys. And now it changes when you get to a different chord too. So this is just in the key of B flat, and then when they get to the F7 sharp 5, that's a whole different chord scale. Okay, and I'm having the flat 7 missing, so it's not really dominant when I'm doing it this way. I'm just doing F5 sharp 5 actually with a 9. This is actually a 9. I guess the chord, you should know the chord melody against the chord, okay? So like this. So start from the beginning.